Hey, doing? Oh, look, we got y'all are in here. What's going on, Flossie? Girl, I see you, girl. This thumbnail is hilarious, child. I I find it interesting every time I hear something come out with this Marianne. Girl, Marianne's such a clown. And then it's like you get you get the side eye if you try to debunk her now. I'm gonna talk about the dumb lies she's telling. However, I need to. It is that simple. Marianne, just because you decide to morph out of your Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle shell does not mean we have to be okay with the nonsense coming out of your mouth. Now, a couple things I want to clear up in this live stream. First, we're going to tackle this whole thing of how it started with the lie about her saying that she was served and sued. Because I know what the hell I heard and read. And then we're going to tackle this, concept of an ombudsman. Because I'm not even going to say allegedly, from what Lene repeated in the live stream we went over when she was on Rum, she stated that Marianne told her that an ombudsman was involved. I've done some research on this. Because, we read here in the Lady Luck Club. It's a Lady Luck Club, we read. And I'm going to tell you right now, for sure, what an ombudsman cannot do is give legal advice or serve you any legal documents whatsoever, nor can they adjudicate a legal matter. So for Marianne to say that she was sued and served, and then all of a sudden it shifted to this concept of an ombudsman is like an old school way of saying an arbitrator. Because I've said this before, but I want to present some information to back it up because, that's what we do here. It still doesn't make sense. And at the end of the day, she still lied because there's no evidence. An ombudsman is appointed, like an official. Guess what? Seeing that FDMG, Oompa Loompa, Umar, is a 501c3 nonprofit organization, you would have to tell us, the public, who this so-called ombudsman is. Because the details of a settlement, most times that are kept confidential, is the amount. Well, Marianne Lorient demolished that whole confidentiality. So if we know what the amount is and any other detail that would have been considered confidential, at this point, hiding anything is irrelevant. Aside from identifiable information like her address or her phone number, date of birth. I mean, she's already disclosed whatever would be confidential from an NDA. But an ombudsman is not confidential. No. You are supposed to state who that person is because they are appointed. They're supposed to be an official. So, no, we got a lot of things to cover in this live stream. So I want to thank you all so much for tuning in. I'm going to have fun doing this, as I always do. And Marianne can still kiss our ass. I know you're listening too. So while you're sitting here trying to come up with another lie to sit here and re-explain whatever you think you're doing, you might want to read in Google terms. Because obviously you're not familiar with what an ombudsman does. Their jurisdiction, the authority that they have is, when I say it has nothing to do with the court. Why would you say you were sued and served again, Marianne? All we do is take what you say and use your words against you. We don't have to put them in your mouth. Can't make this up. Shout out to all of you all. Happy Friday. How y'all doing? Hope everybody is well. It was storming in my area earlier, so if something happens, it's a storm going on. But either way, we should be good to go. I want you guys to make sure you hit that like button. All right. And then we got Coco put a new video up. I think we're going to check that out. And then Uncle Mo went live. What's going on? He did a great ombudsman. Ombudsman. Yeah, you do. And each state, that's a good point. Each state has its own sector that you will see an ombudsman appointed to. So I pulled up for the state of Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Delaware what sector an ombudsman is appointed to. Guess what? It has nothing to do with education. Now, can a private sector company do this? Like, appoint someone to kind of serve as that arbitrator? Yes, they can. But they're not secret information. They're not confidential. No. At the end of the day, it's supposed to be done for equity and fairness. And it's supposed to be done to where some policy and procedures are supposed to bring, supposed to change for the better. If you got other stakeholders in a company or employees, it's supposed to be for the benefit of the employees and for all. That whole fairness thing. A nonprofit organization does not get to hide who their ombudsman is, because apparently one was appointed to somehow oversee this whole negotiation of Marianne Lorient getting $68,600, to which we have no evidence to prove that she even received it because it doesn't exist in this lifetime. That's where we at. That's how bad Marianne has lied, to the point where I don't believe anything until I see the evidence. That includes in federal investigation. I'm calling it. Until there is evidence on that, it doesn't exist. That is how bad she has obliterated the aspect of us even having a glimmer of hope that any accountability is being directed towards Umar. I can't even believe that there is a federal investigation until there's some evidence that is released. One of which is it's like a letter that you receive. And I want to pull that up as well. How do you know you're under federal investigation? Because I was looking that up earlier. And I said, I can't believe it. And this is something that would be available to the public. Because, the evidence released, or specific key details released, is called a target letter. A federal target letter. Oh, Lord. And it's not the same thing as you being charged. But a federal target letter, or a target letter for a criminal investigation, is something that you will receive if you are under investigation. That is not confidential information. That is a known fact that if you get a target letter, information about what's in that target letter could be released to the public. So what the hell is Umar whining and crying and throwing a tantrum about this target letter if he's under federal investigation? Where's the target letter? That can be released. It's baffling to me. Baffling to me. How nothing is out here. No evidence. I don't care what anyone says. You don't present evidence, it's nothing happening. And please don't play the entire public as if no one knows how this works. Where's the target letter to Umar from any agency that he's under investigation? Because he would have been crying about it already. Because he's an asshole. Umar, you dumb crybaby. We would know he's under investigation. He would tell us. He was like, oh, yeah, y'all won't believe what happened to me. Can you believe that the struggle streamers have me under investigation? Here's the letter. Let me put it up in the camera. Can y'all see that? Y'all, we would see that target letter. So where's the target letter? What the hell is it? You all see why I'm saying that I don't believe anything exists until I see some shred of evidence? Evidence that can be released to the public should be released to the public. Otherwise, we don't believe you. Go sit down somewhere and kick rocks. Can't make this up. What's going on, y'all? What y'all? I had to get that out. So what is it? Aniki? Yep, gave us what the premise of an ombudsman is. Oh God. Yeah, I'm gonna go over some information. First, we're gonna get started on some videos right quick, just so you all can see, how this all started. I'm gonna bring it together, and then I'm gonna show you all some of the results of my research on this ombudsman and how would it apply in the state of Ohio and in the state of Philadelphia and in the state of Delaware, because that's where the school is. You know, the bandos. That's not real schools. Can't make this up. It's bad enough that Umar lies. We don't need everyone else coming out lying if you're supposed to be holding him accountable. Either produce the evidence or we have no reason to believe you. And honestly, I hate to say this because it could be a deterrent for people who want to come out and say, I'm seeking justice, because Umar did this, that, and the third of me. They'll make it harder for us to believe this person now, because the first thing we're going to do is demand evidence from you. Okay, well, you need to have evidence and receipts. What exactly did he do? And do you have any evidence to back this up? Because otherwise, it's harder to believe, what's going on. And it shouldn't be that way. Exactly. But it is that way at this point. And Marianne is, that's the damage she's caused. So, yeah, I'd rather demand the evidence up front than to once again have to apologize to my audience and my platform on the back end because I didn't vet. No. Oh, we vet now. What's going on? Flossie said I was waiting for you. Chastity Lee, what up, LLC in the club? Greeting from Tampa, Florida, with my boot on the ground. I got my boot on the ground. Yay. Caleb. Hey, Queen of YouTube. Hey, Luxus. How you doing? How come your lives are formatted like shorts? Oh. Are they? Are my live stream formatted like shorts? Is it like a little preview that you see before the live start? That might be what it is. I don't know. Francesca, shout out to my mods. How you doing, honey? Hello, lovely people. Hit that like button on your way in. Everybody speak to everybody. Saint, how you doing? Shout out to my mods. Kayla said Marianne changed her profile pic. She no longer has the shark. Y'all, we about to see. Oh, Lord. Not that I really wanted to have to pull these videos from her channel, but it was the quickest way for me to be able to get this up. Ciao. So we're gonna go back to the beginning. I'm not playing the whole thing, okay? But I want to play the portions that matter the most in these videos. So when you all, we went over this later, like, look at here. Enjoy the live stream. Just enjoy it. It'll come together. That way, when people say, how did this all start? What all did she say? Why does no one believe anyone anymore? Here it is in the Lady Luck Club. I, the Queen of YouTube, we're going to put it together for all of you. So we're going to get started. Y'all ready? Let's get some more comments in right quick. Lane, how you doing? I've seen some new people up in here. Look at God. Ain't he good? Y'all good? Everybody, Miss Coco up in here? What's happening? Oh, man, this is going to be something else, y'all. It took me about 45 minutes to kind of read and get up some, documentation to show you all. So it all makes sense. Ombudsman, no thank you. Is it Daishan? I don't want to mess up your name, honey. Hi, LLC. I worked at a nursing home, and most of them have an ombudsman. Oh, yeah. Trust me, I'm tired of saying that word. Is used to help residents have problems with the nursing home or the people who work there. Absolutely. They're predominantly in long-term care. So that's some of the information that I'm going to pull up here. Yes, this is what, and this is the thing. We'll watch these videos and you will see not one time did she ever reference the term ombudsman. Not once. And that is why people were walking around here like myself saying, where are the court documents? Because she never said there was an arbitrator or a mediator or an ombudsman appointed to oversee any mediation between her and the Oompa Loompa. Not one time did she ever use that term. But going based on what Lene stated in the Rim live stream, that an ombudsman was used. Okay, why didn't Marianne say that? That was my whole, good grief. Marianne is too old for this. Use your words, girl. Use your words. So we're going to go over these videos to see what words she did use so you all can understand the confusion in all of this. Hey, Coco, how you doing, honey? I was just talking about you. Melinda, what's going on? Y'all good? This Coco, y'all, did y'all watch Linda's live last live? Lene's live? I saw parts of a video. Oh, good God, what's going on? Miss Independent, how you doing? Oh, Lord. Tavares, how you doing? Shout out to all my moms, you all. Let's get started on this. Y'all ready? I just want to get some of you all's comments in because I know sometimes it does suck when you're in a live stream. The comments are just flowing, flowing, flowing. And then, only the ones with the supers are read. And it's like, well, all the other people should feel special as well. Don't forget about everyone else in here. So I want everybody to feel special. I try my best to at least put them up. If I can't read them all, I'll put them up so you guys can know that I'm reading them through even as we're going through the video. So thank you so much. Y'all, let's get to it. Let's get to it. So here we're going to start with this video here. And she turned off her comments because she's a coward. So I have to kind of skim through it. I normally would just have the timestamp in the comments somewhere, but no. I want to make sure. So we're going to start right here. In each of the videos that we show of hers, I'm not playing the whole thing, but just the parts where she talks about these legal matters or lawsuit, she's being sued, blah, blah, blah. All right, let's get to it. Put a 1 in the chat if you can see and hear. Let's go.
Yet, like and subscribe. I'm going to put the letter from the attorney. Matter of fact, I'm posting it tonight with the picture of his attorney.
Never posted the letter.
This ain't no defaming nobody. You serve me, try to sue me. I went and I lawyered up. You have to pay a retainer fee to get attorney.
So y'all heard that right? Because she said she has attorney or retainer. Because she lied like hell. And she never posted up that letter from any attorney because, we would verify she's she's her attorney. Her attorney would have a bar license number. And then you can look that up on a registry, just like, her nursing license, or whether or not she's registered as a nurse. The attorney's bar license number can be looked up as well. That's public information. So, Marianne, if you would have posted that letter up, I would have made sure that this attorney you claim is your attorney is truly verified to have been your attorney where you signed a contract and they were legally obligated to represent you unless you cut ties with them. Or, they decide to walk away, say we quit because you can't stop lying all over YouTube. Let's get back to that. Show this again. One more time, y'all, because we haven't seen no letter yet, girl.
Like and subscribe. I'm going to put the letter from the attorney. Matter of fact, I'm posting it tonight with the picture of his attorney. This ain't no defaming nobody. You serve me, try to sue me. I went and I lawyered up. You have to pay a retainer.
Can't read this up.
A retainer fee to get attorney. And then you guys vanish like Jeannie when we say, meet me in court.
Why not take them?
If I was gullible,
you are,
and naive,
still are,
and went with a scare tactic, I would have run to the bank and wrote a check. Like I told you guys, he met his match. He literally met his match.
No, ma'am. Umar, you've met your match with me. That's one thing. See, he doesn't care about liars. No, he cares about those who have the ability to find the truth and get evidence. Now, where did you all hear her say anything about arbitration, mediation, or ombudsman? Ombudsman. I've been looking at that word all day. Ugh. Where did she say that at? Because I missed it.
411, Haitian American. You met your man. That's that distilling blood in me.
It shouldn't be a liar.
Me, Umar. Don't text me. Stay out of my face. I have nothing to say or deal with you. You're a toxic,
the worst breakup ever.
And any of you who are watching this, who are in the mental health field, reach out to him. Something is going on with him. He's like a train wreck. He's like deteriorating right in front of our eyes.
Oh, Marianne, it's the foresight thing. It's like, I can see through you all day, but I will not put up a mirror to myself. Oh, God. So you all saw what I just heard about her sitting here talking about an attorney, right? We all said that. I just want to make sure, because we got like 3 more videos to go where she still continues on this whole lawsuit thing. Can't make sense.
And one thing I have to say, I saw some of the one that responded. They're like, no one kind of like bashed me.
Ooh.
The response was like, well, that's sad. She's airing out family laundry.
This is mind-boggling.
I'm airing out family laundry. She's part of the community. She getting on YouTube and tearing down a leader. No, no. I have to air it out, brothers and sisters, so no one else is fall victim. And then what breaks my heart, and a lot of you, stop it. This ain't airing our family. Those who are non-conscious, they're still family. They're still family. What breaks my heart, we have too many of you in the community that are a leader, and then scandalous and falling at the wayside. Stop. We need transparency. Because
speaking of that, oh man, this is hypocrisy for me. Where's that attorney letter again? You know, because you wouldn't have that if you had an ombudsman. Yeah, this is unbelievable. Okay, so we're gonna go to the next one because that's all I can deal with that one. This one right here is, of course, where this is supposed to be after the meeting. Her and Cookie Monster and Big Bird, you know, and Umar and Debo and them came together somewhere in the state of Ohio, and she claimed she got a check, you know, because we haven't seen it and it doesn't exist. Can't make this up. So I want to play this out because she goes through a whole lot up here. But as she goes through, I'm going to point out the inconsistencies as to why many of us were still believing by this point she had a damn attorney and that there was a lawsuit, not a mediation or arbitration. Funny how she couldn't just use those terms if that be the case. And yet, never did we ever see any court documents. Let's go.
So I figure I'd come outside and do this video. The weather is beautiful. We're exorbitant in before.
I am so glad KKC told her about herself with this whole thing, girl. Why are you dressed like this? You can't even make this out. Just turn your camera off. This is like, why? You got a whole lot showing up here. Girl.
Winter hit. We could have some pretty harsh winter in Ohio. So the reason I wanted to come out to make this video, it's because I received a check as a settlement from Dr. Umar Johnson. During the week, I received an email, and the email was not claiming to sue me. It was from his attorney, a Cleveland law firm, which has a sister firm and where he's from, Philly. So they reached out. They wanted to have a dialogue. They wanted to give me a form of payment for my hardship that I dealt with Dr. Umar, for my donation, and then for my therapy. What I did say, I went to therapy in one of the videos, so they did their homework pretty thoroughly. They wanted to reimburse me for that. And he wanted to move forward and not have me make disparaging video about him anymore. Okay, so I'm sitting here, I'm like, disparaging video.
So did y'all catch this part here where she said, oh my God, because, you know, lying like hell. And the email was not
claiming to sue me.
It was not claiming to sue me. You know, because in the last video, she said she was sued and served, which is an indication that you are seeking legal recourse in the court of law, because an ombudsman cannot serve you a damn thing. They don't have that authority. Make it make sense? So now we go from that video to this one where, now there's an email that she never showed because she lied like hell, where they were not claiming to sue her. But see, what she did not do is clear up whether or not from the previous video, if she was still sued, if there were any service done. Let's just say you've never seen any of this. You have no idea what's going on, and you're watching this for the first time. It is easily understandable to see how someone can be confused. To say there's a lawsuit filed in the court of law, where is that? And then you turn around in the next video and say, now you have an email that was not claiming to sue you. So why did you say that in the first video? You see how easy it is to sit here and get confused, all because we were trying to give her the benefit of the doubt, hoping that she would produce evidence on anything. No attorney letter, no email with this, nothing. You can't make this up.
It was from his attorney, a Cleveland law firm.
A Cleveland law firm. What's the name of the damn law firm? Debo and them knows that they got to give a bar license number. They have to be registered with the bar. So a Cleveland law firm, he went and got an attorney in the state of Ohio. That's what we're to take up out of this. So that they can still mediate in Ohio. Funny how she didn't mention that he traveled to Ohio because he doesn't live there. So based on what she's saying, he actually got an attorney that can practice law in the state of Ohio and registered with the Ohio Bar Association. You can't make this up. It's, because she's saying that they got an email, was not to sue, but he still got an attorney. She got an attorney and had to pay a retainer fee.
Which has a sister firm and where he's from, Philly.
So they have a sister firm, ironically, in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. So these attorneys have to be licensed to practice law in the state of Ohio and in Pennsylvania. Are we all caught up so far? Hey, Uncle Mo, how you doing? Yo, we caught up so far? Hit the one. I'm about to come up with something else. I don't want to steal Lennon's thunder on that one. Yeah, how about hit the 4? Hit the 4. Good grief. Hit the 4. Oh my God. So there's a sister law firm in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania that also has an office in Cleveland, Ohio, because they got to be able to practice law in the state of Ohio, I guess, because of reasons, even though he's the alleged complainant. But this is supposed to be now from the lawsuit, allegedly, she claimed that he filed and had her served with for $500,000. Here's the thing. When you sue someone, that lawsuit is either based on, like, let's say you want to hit them up for defamation, right? You're the plaintiff, the complainant. You're bringing forth this lawsuit based on either wherever the defamation occurred. So let's say the defamation occurred in the state of Ohio. Then you would take that complaint to the district in Ohio based on the defendant's address. Or, like I use Candace Owens, for example. She's being sued by the McCrones. They're suing her in the state of Delaware because she has LLCs registered in the state of Delaware, where all of this money she's making is being made under that LLC. Even though she's admitting she's been defamatory, she's saying, oh, it was in Tennessee, though. No, they're going after the money, though. So in this situation, would be either one of two states, either Ohio or in Pennsylvania. If he's suing for the rights to a film, because that's what the lawsuit would have been about. She said he wanted the rights to her film. What does it matter if there's a sister law firm in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, if he's filing a lawsuit in Cleveland? Because if it goes to Ohio court, any court in the state of Ohio, those attorneys need to be licensed to practice law in the state of Ohio. And that's it. And once again, we never saw this lawsuit. So who knows? He could have sued her and Lorient Vision Productions LLC, whatever that is, if it's real. So if she's making money under that LLC, then more than likely that LLC would have been listed as the defendant because the money and the assets are being made under this LLC. Going after her, she broke as hell. He wouldn't have gotten nothing. Going after the LLC is a whole different ballgame. So the law firm in Pennsylvania is irrelevant because let's say she actually is upstanding and has an LLC registered. It will be registered in Ohio. And then the lawsuit would have been filed in a court in Ohio because the address for the LLC would be in Ohio. Are y'all following me so far? Mind you, none of these documents have been shown. No Ohio court has any lawsuit between Dum Dum Oompa Loompa and Marianne the lying ass Muppet. You can't make this up. Oh, God. Yeah, Marianne looks like a Cabbage Patch Kid. She looks just like a Cabbage Patch doll. You can't make this up. Oh, man. What's the Gremlins? Y'all remember Gremlins? When they, oh my God. Don't make me put up a picture of the lady Gremlin. And then when they get wet, they start melting and smoking and shit. All right, and this is just because you lied so bad. And I got to sit here and do this and debunk your bullshit. Yeah, she's the Gremlin. Marianne Lorient is the Lady Gremlin in Gremlins. The wig and all. Oh, good God. All right, let's get back to this because I want you all to understand like how this lawsuit would have went. If Umar was a little bit smart, he would have gone after her LLC and that lawsuit would have been filed in Ohio. So why do we care if there's a sister law firm in Philly? This is so dumb, right? Just cut straight to it. If you're going to go after her, you're going after the money. She has none. She has a judgment against her for $5,000 somewhere. She still has not paid. However, Lorient Visions LLC might have some money to that under that LLC. It might not even be real, but I'm just saying hypothetically here. Shout out to Mod Chaos, bro. She went through that as well.
So they reached out. They wanted to have a dialogue. They wanted to give me a form of payment for my hardship that
no mention of an ombudsman.
Dealt with Dr. Umar for my donation. And then for my therapy, what I did say I went to therapy in one of the videos. So they did their homework pretty thoroughly. They wanted to reimburse me for that. And he wanted to move forward and not have me make disparaging video about him anymore. Okay, so I'm sitting there, I'm like, disparaging video? I don't understand. Can you elaborate on that? Well, Miss Lorient, you're getting on your YouTube video, you're saying he's dating outside his race.
So, somehow all of this is cool, I mean, whatever the agreement is, they definitely are not holding her to the fire about this disparaging blah, blah, blah. I mean, once you've told us how much the settlement was for, even though you lied, but you put it out there goes that confidentiality. Because that's one of the main things you keep confidential, the amount of the settlement. You can't make this stuff up. Shout out to Jay the Informant. Shout out to Uncle Mo TV. Uncle Mo, where's my t-shirt? Kogo up in the house. You always have some fantastic content creators up in here. If she has not started a new LLC, that means she's trading under her own name now. Not that I believe she has many assets. Oh, yeah, absolutely was a Black Wall Street. So if the LLC has expired, the registration, if it's expired, she really should not be doing business under that LLC. But, because she lies so damn bad, who knows what the hell is happening. And then she claims that the check came in her name, allegedly, out of nowhere, somehow, but not under Lorient Visions Productions, LLC. Y'all understand? You guys picking up what I'm putting down. Because if he truly was trying to sue her for whatever money he thought she had, everything would have been done under her LLC that she's doing business as. But because the check was written out to her directly, the individual, then he probably, let's say it was a real lawsuit. It seems like it was just solely, she was listed as a defendant, as herself, without any LLC or any other, whatever she does business as. Just her, the individual. Crazy how the whole thing, like, Marianne, you really think no one understands this process, and you tried to play in our face with this. That's the biggest insult of all. And all I do is read lawsuits. You can't make this up. Oh my God. You don't see that too often. Where's my t-shirt? Can I get a t-shirt for my birthday, Uncle Mo? Yeah, shout out to Uncle Mo. Shout out to Jay the Informant. He also has a new video. We gotta check that out. Jay the Informant. Listen here. Afro punk chick up in here, Haywood. Why do you care? Why are you hey, who you talking? You asking me? Haywood, are you asking me why do I care? Child, I tell you all, when you ask me questions up in the Lady Luck Club, I'm going to answer it. You might not like it, but I am going to answer it. Do you want me to answer the question, Haywood? Or are you talking to me? Let me verify. Be fair. Make sure you're talking to me. You can't make this up. Brother Tay, I'm putting Marianne's IQ at around 85. Hey, okay, cool. I need a large. Oh my goodness. Hey, were you talking to me? Absolutely. You want me to answer? Because I can. Yo, why do I care? Let me tell you something. When I have to sit here and apologize to the Luxers because I reported this information and I didn't get the court documents like I should have, and she's still playing in our face, yeah, I'm going to clap back. Keep lying. This is what happens. And I don't like the lying when people, when they think that no one is going to try to fact check them and get real information out here so that people can understand what the hell is going on. That's like, why should Umar get away with lying? How is that any different? They care about people getting misinformation too. And don't sit here and put out information and I report on it. And then you can't seem to give us a shred of evidence. And then to try to double down, triple down on this. Now, we're going after Cabbage Patch Kid. Oh, I'm waiting on all the memes to come through with the Cabbage Patch Marianne Gremlin doll. You can't make this out. Yeah, I told you, you're not going to like it. You're more than welcome to stay, but if you don't like it, we bid you farewell. I don't know what to say.
Which is factual. He doesn't date outside his race. I said, okay, so
that's not bad. How do you prove
Let
that?
me put some clarification. Well, we don't need. I said, you're going to allow me to speak, sir. You're going to allow me to have clarification. I said, first of all, I was gracious and I was kind. All I said on that YouTube video, he wanted to see with a Caucasian woman. I said, but I took my phone because we were having the Zoom meeting on my laptop, on my Apple laptop. So I took my phone, I unblocked, and I sent a text, bleep. It went beep. I said, that beep you hear next to him, that's me texting him his own message, which is his acting number, his own message. I said, in that message.
Did she just tell on herself? So when we heard that bleep sound, when she allegedly called whomever that female was that was supposed to be working with that bank, talking about, my mom raised me right to thank people, but somehow forgot to tell you about why you should not lie. Like that lesson went out the window. Y'all remember that beep sound? What was that for? I have an iPhone for work, but not personal use. What was the bleeping? Was she sending a text or was she muting the young lady? Because we heard a bleep sound in that video too, Marianne. So you telling me that bleep sound is you texting somebody? Because that's weird to me.
So I took my phone, I unblocked, and I sent a text, bleep. It went beep. I said, that beep you hear next.
Y'all hear that? Y'all remember that bleep sound in that video? She did a mute. Is that what it was? She's saying that she sent a text with that bleep sound. I don't know how many different sounds does the iPhone make. So when you mute it, that's the specific sound you get. Is it any different when you send a text? Or is that the same? Because either way, why mute or text if you're supposed to be on the phone with a bank representative and you still produce zero evidence that you got a check or deposited any money from any damn bank? I don't care which bank. Pick one. Y'all, it should be different. Oh, okay, she full of bleep. Water said mute. Okay, cool. So she was muting the lady. Now she's saying she had a bleep sound when she sent the text after blocking him. Can you believe it? So what? Just block him.
To him, that's me texting him his own message, which is his acting number, his own message. I said, in that message, this is from Dr. Umar. He told me, Queen, this is how we're going to do this scene. I'm going to be bare chested. This woman's going to have exposed breasts, and she's going to be pressing against my chest. I don't know if he thought I was doing a porn video, because we told him a feature film. But moving along, and they're like, well, we don't need. I said, well, I'm going to finish. Whether you want to hear it or not, I'm going to finish. I said, that's what he wanted. And then the scene, I'm going to break it down to you, family. The scene was for him to go, he came to his senses because he had a moment of weakness. This is him typing all this garbage to me. He came to his weakness because he had a moment of weakness. And he's going to go, no, I am a Pan-African leader.
Which is the dumbest thing ever. I want to get to the part where she speaks on, because we heard her say now she got an email that was not based on a lawsuit. And then she talks about somebody else. Oh my gosh, she brings up everybody's business. Y'all better not listen here. Stop telling Marianne Lorient your business. She's gonna put it in a video to get subs. Can't make this up. I want to make, like I said, she cut her comments off. So I should have wrote down the timestamps. Okay, hold on. Here we talk about more of this payment thing. Okay, here we go. Let me start here.
I would show up because I'm a donor. I was part of the dream. You understand? You understand?
That was a nightmare.
So I'm saying to myself, and then I don't know if you guys saw his little dark video that he made, and you know that's very symbol. He made that's shame.
What?
That's shame making that video in the dark. And then I brought who's that thing? No, I'm just saying this. No, I'm just saying this. I ain't saying nothing bad. Okay.
Y'all hear anybody talking? Yeah, it's got to be Cookie Monster. It is occupied with them cookies and milk. Who is she talking to? It's like she putting on a show. Who is she talking to? I haven't even heard another person. All you hear is crickets in the background. What you don't hear is anyone mumbling or saying anything. You all hear a second person in the background. Because otherwise, she's talking to her damn self. I understand not putting the phone on an attorney, but if you're sitting with your attorney, you know, why can't you tell us the name and bar license number again? Because otherwise, this person does not exist. She actually wants people to believe that she has an attorney on retainer, and yet she had to get an attorney when she claimed in the last video he sued and served her. I thought you had one on retainer. You can't make this up. I'm just curious. Has anyone noticed if anyone was sitting next to her that, I mean, remotely could have been a real person? Y'all, that's the Cyclops. You can't make this up. Oh my good God. Oh, good grief. You can't make this up. So I'm just going to go on a limb and say she's talking to Cookie Monster. Because we got to stick with the same characters here.
That's my attorney talking. Okay.
And who is that?
Somebody asked him, why haven't you addressed? No, I'm just addressing this, and I'm done with it. Yeah. Why haven't you addressed Marianne Lorient's accusation? And then in his little video, I'm not talking about her. That woman ain't even worth my time. All the slander in the world can't stop me. First of all, why don't you talk about I got paid? Talk about that, you chatty patty. Talk about that. I'm calm. Okay. She want me to calm. But anyway.
So the attorney is a woman. Yeah. Now we got to get another character. Well, what was a Snuffleupagus? The baby girl. You can't make this up. Why didn't you at least post a letter up from this attorney or the email from his attorney? Because reasons and evidence. Why are we to believe that someone is sitting next to her? She is literally having an entire conversation with a park bench. You can't. Yeah, this is so. We should have picked this up then, y'all. I should have picked that up then. I should have literally said, who is she talking to? Unless we know that there's an attorney, at least we can should be able to hear them in the background. Unless you confirm that you have an attorney, you're talking to your imaginary friend. You know, gremlin number 2.
I got paid, family. Let him talk about that. Because in
He
the
won't.
meeting, I told him I'm coming out. I'm going to come out and say I get this payment. And I'm going to come out
Hit that like button
and say we had this meeting. And then moving forward, he stay out of my face. I'm going to stay out of his face.
Oh, at first she said the attorney's sitting right there.
Lorient.
She said my attorney's sitting right here, you know, like they tell her to get off the phone. My attorney, let me tell you something. If my attorney wants me to get off the phone and they're sitting next to me and she's live streaming now, it's not like she's talking to just like one person that's a relative. No, she is live streaming to the public. And her attorney is sitting there allegedly telling her to wrap this up or to stop talking. What you mean? Follow your attorney's advice. They're your legal counsel. This is how hard-headed she is. Now we don't even believe that anyone is sitting next to you, Marianne. You know, because you never proven you had an attorney in the first place. She literally said her attorney is sitting next to her.
That I'm calm. Okay, she want me to calm. But anyway,
you want me to calm.
Anyway, I got paid, family. Let him talk about that. Because in the meeting, I told him I'm coming out. I'm going to come out and say I get this payment. And I'm going to come out and say we had this meeting. And then moving forward, he stay out of my face. I'm going to stay out of his face. And they're like, Miss Lorient, you're not going to have any more issue out of him. And we're expecting not to have any more issue out of you. I said, well, the whole internet's making video about it. Who else y'all have a meeting with? We're talking to you, Miss Lorient. I said, you damn Skippy, you talking to me. And then, you know, I'm sloppy, right? I got a little messy.
You know what's so crazy? I recall Lene saying that he also sued other people. Where are those lawsuit filings? We went over that rim run video for a reason. Please understand, I move intentionally. So one of the reasons is, okay, let's get all this stuff on record here. Because right now, based on what Lene said, which is, she said that Marianne told her this stuff, that he's always trying to sue people. And yet, I've only seen one lawsuit filing where Umar tried to sue Lennon. You know, Leopard, Leopold, Leonidas, Larry, Letitia, Keisha. Oh, good God. So shouldn't we see court filings on the other lawsuits from all these other people he's suing? And how is it that he supposed to be this somehow cult leader figure in the conscious community? And he's the one that's always suing some damn body, but no one can sue him back. Why are they allowing this? So, of course, until we see court documents on all these other lawsuits, they don't exist either. Marianne just lying to everybody.
I called, no, I'm talking about the one in Columbus. I called the attorney, the one he started off with,
sitting in the
tried
dark,
to sue me with him. You know, in the beginning, I explained that to you. I called them. I said, you know what? It's funny. It's getting dark out here. I have light on the side if you want to go and put it on. I said, it's funny. Umar called and had a meeting with a settlement. You weren't in the lineup. And he's like, Miss Lorient, why are you reaching out to me? There's nothing to discuss. I said, I'm reaching out to you to let you know that he threw you under the bus. Miss Lorient, you called me a gorilla.
Marianne, I don't believe you said that to that person now that I think about it. Because, you know, it's all fair on social media, right? You call him a gorilla. We call you a Cabbage Patch gremlin doll, whatever. What you failed to even explain is why are you reaching out to Umar? If this man tried to sue you, take your house, hit your assets, get $500,000 out of your life, why are you talking or communicating, texting him, emailing him at all? Now do you all see why many people, including myself, have come out and said it seems like they're colluding with each other. They have some plan going on with each other. And that's one of the reasons why Umar has not said anything. Because he does not shy away from the opportunity, because he's a dumb narcissist, to be able to put someone on blast. He doesn't shy away from that. Why hasn't he responded on this topic here? The only thing you can think of logically is because he knows what she's doing. He's a part of this dumbass scheme. And it's like more fraudulent activity happening in this whole saga than anything else. Yeah, because you're going to go to a bank, only open it to cash one check, not know if it's going to clear. You don't trust Umar the Oompa Loompa or Debo and Associates. So you're going to just sit here and open up a whole separate account in your information unless she was going to use somebody else's. That would have been more fraud. Identity fraud specifically. It still would have fallen under her information. So what difference does it make? The bank would have came for her if she opened an account, they were dumb enough to cash it. She cash out and then tried to close it. And then turn around and find out the check isn't real and there's no money to cover it. They have to go after somebody. They would have gone after her. Why would anyone want to even say that out loud? Like, you happy about this dumbass plan. This is insane. But if he doesn't speak out against it, then naturally you're going to, make a logical deduction to say he's a part of it. That's just my 2 cents, my opinion.
I said, I called you a gorilla? I said, no, I didn't call you a gorilla, sir. A gorilla is a majestic, intelligent animal. I called you a monkey. That's what I called you. He's like, Miss Lorient, there's nothing to discuss, and he hung up the phone. That's fine. A monkey is what I called you. And I'm not taking that back.
You got an attorney, and you reaching out to another attorney. The only time you need to do that is if you're pro se, and that's it. I mean, why not have your attorney to reach out to the other attorney? What kind of nonsense is that? And y'all attorneys can get so bougie sometimes. God bless them, but they can be a bougie a little bit. If you pro se, they look at you like you know nothing. They don't expect you to know the law at all. And it's not until you have to prove to them what you do know and you know how to interpret law correctly and even utilize case law. Then all of a sudden they want to sit and look at you funny talking about, oh, you impersonating an attorney. No, I'm representing myself. The expectations of an attorney in a court of law is the same as someone is pro se. You are expected to know the law, case law, state law, court rules of civil procedure. You're expected to know all of that as if you are an attorney, and any judge will tell you that. There are so many hearings where judges have said that to pro se litigants. Listen, we expect you to have decorum, be knowledgeable of the law, how to interpret it, be able to present argument and evidence and all of that, just like if you were an attorney. And they mostly say that to deter you from being pro se, but whatever. So if you have an attorney, your attorney could have reached out to this other attorney and probably got more information out of that person as opposed to you contacting them. And you have a damn attorney. Put that retainer money to get use and let your attorney reach out to them. Can't make this up.
So family, it's getting dark out here. I didn't realize how quickly it's gotten dark. It's just so beautiful. I should have probably done the video earlier. So it's like so when I sent a copy to the check when Mr. Honor had me on his show. See, Honor, he got while he's interviewing, he could show you little slide pictures, and he got a new computer. So it's gonna be the bomb. He announced something. He got a new computer. Now, I'm a filmmaker. I pay people to capture a picture, so I'm not tech savvy like that to put a little slide while I talk to you guys. But I told you guys when I get my money back, I was gonna come and speak to the people, and that's exactly what I'm doing. That's exactly what I'm doing, family. And you know what? It still breaks my heart. All these people that have lost money. All these people that have lost money. And I'm telling you guys right now, if his intention was to open a school, why would you give me some money back? There's not going to be FDMG. There's not going to be a school, family.
And I just wanted to pick up that part right there. Now, since then, she has came out in 2 different videos since this whole stupid check fraud saga she perpetuated and said out of her mouth, he's going to open the school. The school is going to open. Right here, though, she said there is no school. There's not going to be a school. Why in the world would she flip the script? What does Marianne have to lose by at least being consistent with this thought right here? There's not going to be a school, family. Because family. So what changed her mind? Why would she go back after this so-called nonsense in 2 videos so far and say that he's going to open the school? Now he's going to open. They showed us coloring graphs and charts and blah, blah, blah. It's going to open, family. What the hell are you talking about? Right here, you said it's not going to happen. More reason why I can sit here and say my opinion of her working with Umar is not too far-fetched. Because somehow she changed her mind in the course of 2 months, 3 months? If she's not communicating with him, even though she keeps communicating with Umar, what has been said or done to change her mind that the FDMG school is somehow going to open and come to fruition? Why not keep this energy up? It's been over 10 years. Why would you say now he's going to open it? You can't make this up. But yet and still, she was sued and served. This is crazy. And it's like, and looking back at this in hindsight, she said a lot of things that I guess she felt in her mind. Those who are out here, wanting to see Umar be held accountable. Let me just say whatever feels good. All the while, now I'm just waiting when she's going to post up this attorney letter or any documents of anything to prove that mediation has occurred. Maybe with an ombudsman and you got a settlement. Where's any evidence on that? Any documentation, any paperwork, anything? Where is it? But now she has no problem talking about the school will open. My question would be, why would you want it to open when it has all that black mold in there? When it has so many other issues going on? It's like a health hazard to these kids. Why change your mind and say, oh, he's going to open the school? What the hell? It's the hypocrisy for me. And why she doesn't go in the house? Those buildings were not school. You know what? You're right, C. Green. The bandos. They will never become schools. It's been over 10 years and that has not happened. Whether it's in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, or in Wilmington, Delaware. No school has come out of this whole situation with Umar's dumbass. And he's been collecting money for well over a decade, lying to people about opening up a school somewhere on earth. But yet she goes back and parrots his talking points saying, oh, the school is going to open, family. Watch, you'll see it's going to open. Who are you trying to convince of this dumb nonsense? This right here is a prime example of why Marianne is full of shit. And it looks even more convincing that they're working together. And the fact that he has not came out and debunked her at all, said anything to her about her, he has not said her name, any of that. In any other situation, he would have already came out, dragged her under the bus, and then talked about how her wig smells like fish. It's insane. Now, just keep lying to everybody.
And I say that with heavy heart because I was a contributor. I was a supporter. There's not going to be a school. No,
Once
sir,
again,
there's not going to be a school.
third time.
No, ma'am, there's not going to be a school. So all of you, he has some of his supporters that did take a few jab here and there at me. So for you that are taking a few jab at me, explain them giving me a check. Explain that.
Yeah, a check to which we have not seen. Y'all see how she's doubling out on this? And what she posted up was not a check. It's advertisement from legacy home buyers with her name and address on it. But yet she could not post up the check she claims she received and cashed. Because it would be on file with the bank. But never mind the bank. Banks aren't real either. This is coming from the woman that said YouTube is not real. Yeah. God.
Explain that, them giving me a check. family, it's getting dark out here. I want to thank you all for support.
Yeah, okay, let's go to the next one. Now I want to make sure I'm just gonna scroll to the part where I just want you all to hear this. It's the inconsistencies, Marianne. You lie like hell. I want to get all the way down here. Talking about Dame Jackson, none of that we care about. Let me come down to the end. Nobody likes a dishonest person. I'm so glad she could say that. It's funny how she's hypocritical to that. Let's see. I'm trying to get to the end because this is where she was talking about a gun and oh, good God. Okay, y'all. So here it is right here. Back to the topic. Let's go.
My blood's a little hot. I'm touching baby. But back to the topic. He's gonna be making threats where I gotta get the authority involved. He's making threats.
Y'all.
He can't even come publicly and address me, but he's sending me coded threat. Don't send me.
We never saw evidence of that. Has anyone seen any evidence that he threatened her? Coded threat? What the hell does that mean? Y'all, the dog in the background is barking like hell. I'm sorry, little doggy. I should have paid attention. You were trying to tell us something. Funny how every time she talks right now, he starts barking like a storm. Like, she's lying. Bark. This human is lying. He was trying to warn us, y'all. Now we owe the dog an apology.
Don't threaten my life. I don't take threats lightly. I don't.
No evidence on this.
Conscious king. You ain't nothing. I told you that.
Y'all, the dog is
okay,
so disturbed.
You make lecture at university at little event, nice little. No, I'm in the hood. Go to the hood. I dare you.
Y'all, make sure you hit the like button. I don't know why.
You can't go to nobody's project right now. I guarantee you that. I guarantee you that, family. Buster, sit.
Buster.
You're a good boy. I guarantee.
Buster, just tell us what's happening. Tell us what you know. Oh, to be a fly on the wall all the time she has contacted Umar. It's insane. He tried to threaten her, remember this? And then what she do? Go live and sat in the car now. Not that she actually went into a police station on camera and said that she was going to the police to try to get a restraining order after having told her attorney what was going on, and they could have literally filed for a restraining order in the court of law. But no. You don't tell any attorney that you feel you're being harassed. You claim to have evidence on this stuff. And then your attorney does not offer the opportunity to file a petition for a restraining order. That's something you have to file directly to the court. You can't go to the police on that unless it's something that's happened in real time and they can be charged with it. If she would have went to court and filed a petition for this TRO and presented some evidence, that would be a lot more believable, naturally. But the fact that this is what I mean. No one's trying to side with Umar. He can kiss my ass. But this type of lying right here is what destroys the credibility of anyone that's trying to come out in good faith talking about, he's wronged me and he took this money out of my wallet and my purse, blah, blah, blah. He scammed me out of this, that, and the third, promised me 6 books, and he only sent me a pamphlet. All the dumb shit Polite was doing. All the scamming nonsense Polite was doing. And then somehow she doesn't go to court, file a petition for TRO, and her and 39 other people just, I guess, decided they just didn't even want to sue anymore. All these lies she told with no evidence. It's something else. Buster was trying to warn us.
To you, that family. Let me tell you. When I got the threat, I called my attorney. We went to the authorities. They're on.
Okay, what authorities? She went to the police. If your attorney went to law school and they were a real person, they would have told you going to the police unless you have evidence, video evidence preferably, that he is harassing you in person. He's following you, he's stalking you, blah, blah, blah. Unless he is harassing you in person and he won't leave your property and the police has to come and pick his ass up. That is not something for the police to handle. You have to go to court and get a restraining order. Why didn't her attorney advise on that? This is what happens when you lie, Marianne. This right here.
On top of it, we were told they're going to pay him a visit. I sent it to all my siblings, friends. I sent it to Mr. Honor. I shared with him. We had a little conversation.
Wait, so Lennon knows that there's some evidence out here to prove that you and your attorney, went to the authorities. Funny how we only saw her sitting in the car talking about she just went to the police about this so-called harassment, where there's not a shred of evidence. Umar's bad on his own. You don't need to lie and make him look bad. What was the attorney at? Maybe the attorney was invisible for that moment. Yeah, I'm still. Marianne does not have an attorney, y'all. She went to headquarters. She'll go to this headquarters about this fraudulent check. But when it comes to Umar allegedly harassing her, nope. I'm not going to show you all me walking to the police. None of that. Me and my attorney. She said my attorney and I went to the authorities. And yet she was the only person in the car and never even mentioned her attorney being with her. Because the police would have probably listened to the attorney first before they listened to her batch crazy ass. But yet it's still no documentation. No evidence whatsoever. No complaint filed with the court, no petition, none of that. You know, just, yeah, the lies overfloweth. This is what we are.
They're on top of it. We were told they're going to pay him a visit. I sent it to all my siblings, friends. I sent it to Mr. Honor. I shared with him. We had a little conversation. And he's like, yeah, that's his scare tactic. That's his scare tactic. You be blessed. We're here, like, okay. And then there's another content creator. She's been kind to me. She embraced me. She's a queen. On YouTube on her own. I'm not gonna drop no name. I don't need to drop no name. I shared it. She's like, man, do you want to come on? Do you need to go live? I said, no. The authorities on it. They're saying they're gonna pay him a visit. They're gonna pay him a visit.
Did they have that visit ever occur? Y'all know. What? Why not just say who the woman is? Why not? Why not show evidence that they're about to pay him a visit in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, or Wilmington, Delaware? Well, who? And in what state? Where somebody going to pay him a visit? How are they going to pay him a visit? He's in another state. Unless Umar has moved to Ohio and we all missed it. More than actually, let me just speak for myself. Unless he moved to Ohio and I missed it. Who's paying him a visit in an entirely different state? When you allege you went to the police, they can't cross state lines and pay him a visit. That is not their jurisdiction. That police department, that precinct, only has authority in their jurisdiction. So who the hell paid him a visit in a different state? Because she flat out said there's no FBI investigation. I never said FBI. Okay, who is it? But yet the police, said to her, which she said in the video she did in her car, where her imaginary attorney was sitting next to her, that was not the place to take that type of complaint. What she described to them, there was no crime committed. And she repeated this. But, this is how easy it is for her pathological lying ass to just flow from one sentence to another, from one video to another, where it's the complete opposite and no evidence to support anything. Y'all, we all caught up so far. This is insane.
He's doing cryptid stuff. They're like,
hi, family.
Okay. The dog was trying to tell us so bad. She just ended the live. just ended the live abruptly. I can guarantee you all, she had no idea she ended it. Oh man, next time we believe the dog. Y'all, thank y'all so much for tuning in. We flowing through you all because I'm here to debunk it all day. Because you just can't make this up. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button. Let's get. I got a super. Let's get to these supers in this right quick. Jay Witt. Oh my good lord, what you doing, man? What Jay Witt came up in here, and I'm missing you all. When I'm watching the video, I'm on another screen, so I don't see the chats right away. So I am so sorry. I missed Albert is in here as well. We got all the content creators coming through here. 242 people watching. Make sure you guys share this live. Because I want to see almost 500 people up in here. Not going to want to miss this. Especially the breakdown on this ombudsman thing. Can't make this up. Thank y'all so much. Hit that like button. Shout out to Jay Witt for being a member for 10 months. Mal is a train wreck for reals. Keep up the great work, LLC. Thank you so much, my brother in Christ, my Morehouse brother. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the support with the membership. And Sasha Love sent the $2 super. Mary looked like a Fraggle from Fraggle Rock. Oh, man. Marianne, no one believes that you called an attorney. Not your attorney calling the attorney. That you called an attorney and called them a monkey. No one believes that. You know, this is what happens when you lie. Everything you say needs to be proven. Unless you're speaking a fundamental fact like 2 + 2 is 4. Anything beyond that scope, you're going to have to prove what you say. You can't make this up. Shout out to you, Sasha Love. Thank you so much, y'all. We're going to let Cabbage Patch get to it right here. You can't make this up, man. Thank y'all so much. Y'all hit that like button. Let's get to this one now. This video here is where she kind of, reneges on this whole thing about the lawsuit and blah, blah, blah. So I wanted to get to that portion. Like I said, I don't want to play the whole thing. Okay. She talks about this vote. Somehow, if they talk to him, they're going to somehow get their money back, which, where the hell he gets $68,000 from? But he couldn't sue Lynn and Honor. God. Let's see. I'm sorry, y'all. She got a comment was cut off. I didn't get a chance to write down the timestamps, but we here for it. Okay. I just want to get to the part where she once again reiterates lawsuits and attorneys and courts and shit. All right, let's go. Let's go.
And really don't understand the concept of the way the conscious community think and move.
No,
and
we
the
understand.
Conscious community, they feel taking a black man to court, which is a white arena, white power structure, that's going to tear that individual down. They use court for a last resort. Now, does it sound like buffoonery? It depends on the content you're looking at it. Yes, in some cases it may, in some cases it may not be. But the point that I'm making,
It is
we still
buffoonery.
have to respect people's right, the way they want to approach things and the way they view certain things.
Lennon
So
is the attorney.
that is why a lot of you find it
my bad.
so crazy and outrageous. Like, why these women want to sit down and have conversation with Umar? They're not going straight to court. When we sat down with the lead attorney, he said, I concur with Ms. Lorient.
Who's the lead attorney? She said, when we sat down with the lead attorney. Who's the lead attorney? Who would that be? Your fictitious attorney or Umar's fictitious attorney? From the law offices of Debo and them. Which one of them did you speak with? Because now she's giving this impression that there's a lead attorney on this because reasons. But yet no one wanted to file a lawsuit. Yeah, this is something else. This sounds like it's more related to class action. Funny how even with a class action, if there's a lawsuit, it will be initiated in court. You can't make this up. So right here, what is she implying? Because either there was a lawsuit filed for a class action or there wasn't. So then that would render any vote to sue him null and void. And why won't she just sue him her damn self? Why wait for 39 people that don't want to sue him to get on board for a class action? Just sue him yourself. I mean, wouldn't that be the next logical thing to do? You sue him. You already got an attorney on retainer. You do it.
He told us court was actually the best route to approach this. Again, he is being
Why didn't y'all
hired
listen?
to provide a service. So the group's like, no, we're going to try this approach, and if we're not successful, we will go to court. And this is not a slam dunk process. I told you guys, it's going to be a process. Okay, so they didn't want to go to court. They wanted to do this sit down and talk. And I told them he's a con artist. This sit down approach, I wasn't comfortable. And when we sat down with the lead attorney, he made it clear to us. He's like, if
Who's
we
this lead attorney? Because that's not the same as this ombudsman. Why not name this lead attorney again? This is the thing. With an ombudsman, that's not private information. The public would have the right to know who that person is and what they were appointed to do. And the ombudsman knows that they have a certain jurisdiction or sector that they work in, and that they have limited authority when it comes to legal matters. What they cannot do is give legal advice. They damn sure can't serve you anything. They're like mediators. But somehow they won't name this person, and the public has the right to know that. You can't make this up. So is this what she's trying to say here? She keeps saying lead attorney. Because words matter. Oh my God. Yeah, this is ridiculous. This is the same thing she told Lene, who said that there was an ombudsman. Well, then she's sitting here contradicting that by saying she was sued and served. And that's from her lawsuit she claims she got from him for the $500,000. Right here, she's talking about the class action. A lawsuit is a lawsuit. Either one should have been on file with a court with a case number and would be available to the public to view. If you got an ombudsman, the public has the right to know who the hell you just appointed. This is so crazy. We're going to get to the ombudsman information. But I want you all to see here, this is the same thing she told Lene. And yet here, she's calling it lead attorney. I think Lene said flat out ombudsman. There's a difference between the two. And the ombudsman would not be able to facilitate anything in the court of law because they're supposed to be impartial. But we don't even know who the hell that person is. Because, none of this is real.
Straight to court with him. Once there's something called a docket, he explained to us. He said once it hit the docket, if his influence is as popular off social media, it's popular out there. Any news outlet could pick up the docket and then make it, because it's public information. Any content creator could have looked at the docket and report on it. And I told them, going straight to court, that's like hitting him left, right, up, and down, not allowing him to come up for air. There's going to be multiple eyes on the situation. And then we're going to have that legal realm to protect us where he can't weasel his way out. But no, they want to do the talking approach. And, I'm a team player. I'm like, okay, y'all going to see this talking approach not working. And I'm hoping that, Umar does not cooperate. We go to court. But so far, Umar's cooperating. Umar already told them.
How's he cooperating? How was that happen again? Y'all see this right here? This nonsense right here? Why are you giving him any shred of credibility? No one owes Umar the benefit of the doubt to cooperate or do a damn thing. And she's sitting here saying what this so-called lead attorney is telling her, but the one she hired to represent her in that $500K lawsuit somehow never told her how this works. This is ridiculous. And yet she proved nothing. Whether it be from mediation, arbitration, ombudsman, a lawsuit in court, no document has been shown to validate any of this bullshit at all. Whether it's from that lawsuit between her and him or the class action that she claimed existed, that never existed. You can't force 40 people to arbitrate and go through some ombudsman. And if you felt outvoted, why not sue him on your own? Wouldn't that solve the problem? And who the hell are these other 39 people? Oh my God.
He's opening the school, family, because our approach
see
was
this
like,
here?
hey, give us our money back or open the school, and we want transparency what our money was.
What money is he gonna give you all back? I'm sorry. Perhaps she did not know that Umar is a deadbeat and broke his hell and he has no job. What money was he going to give back to everybody when he cried and whined about the writ of monition for these two bandos because he didn't want to pay the water bill, sewage, and some vacant property registration fees? He wanted a waiver for that from a local government entity. But he doesn't take government funding because he's a lying piece of crap as well. But now he's going to open the school up. Y'all see this? Last video, there's no way it will never open, family. There will never be a school. Now, all of a sudden, it's going to open with no evidence or anything she's presented. Nothing. Not at all. You can't make this up. All of this just out of nowhere, off the top of her head. More dumb she said with no evidence to support it. Y'all, this is crazy. Exactly. What school is he opening? She said he's gonna open them bandos. This is the nonsense she's pushing out there. And we're not supposed to think that they're colluding together and collaborating, her and Umar, while she still talks about how she communicates with him, text messages him. She the one calling his former attorney or whatever the hell, calling him a monkey. Y'all, boy, the lies you tell, Marianne, the lies you tell, you old Cabbage Patch gremlin doll. This is crazy, y'all. She is wholeheartedly contradicting herself. Oh my God, she flat out lied. She's a flat out lie. Told you I'm moving tension, breaking it all down.
Excuse for. I'm not lying to you. He came with this graphic, elaborate chart, family, break down with.
That information will be available to the public. If it's pertaining to a 501c3 and you have many people that have donated to him, I don't care if it's a one-time donation or recurring every month with those, contribution packages that are schemes. They're like high yield investment packages, except you get nothing in return. So now he's going to open something up. And because he showed them some graphs and charts that the public has the right to see, that somehow just, convinced her he's going to open that damn school. Where are these graphs and charts? That's not an NDA thing that has nothing to do with confidentiality or privacy or nothing. Last time I checked, there was no curriculum on file. The school does not, the bandos, FDMG does not even have a website. How is it going to open with no website at all? How are kids going to be enrolled in this school? If it were going to open, why is there still no website address? Has anyone come across FDMG website? Maybe I missed that one too. Why is she saying talking about something going to open? What's going on? Charm. Not Cabbage Patch, y'all. Marianne is a whole Cabbage Patch gremlin doll. The lady gremlin in the gremlin. That gremlin also dressed provocatively as well. It's funny how that worked. Funny how that went down. This is ridiculous, man. Oh man, the image of that Grimly doll, the female one had the cleavage and everything showing, wearing two tops. You can't make this up. Oh my good God in heaven, yeah. Oh good God, hold on. I'm playing this a little bit more, yo, because we need to see that graph in that chart, Marianne. Why didn't you ask them to give you copies of this? At least give it to your attorney. The lead attorney did not even bother to ensure that you had this information as well. Yeah, all these colorful graphs and charts and shit. Somehow is an indication with no website that these subandos are going to be converted into a school. But they still have no website. All these charts and graphs, he never gave them the URL for a school website. Funny how that happens, right?
These elaborate graphic chart. And I was shocked. All this time we said
No
our
website
attorney
address.
made presentation, his attorney made presentation, and all this graphic. We did not see
Why is
one
he making
picture of
presentation?
any renovated classroom, renovated cafeteria, no picture of inside the school. And then on social media, just like you guys are looking at me like right now on YouTube, how many content creator has shown the outside of the school? He didn't even show us outside of the school. All they did is break down the graphic. Now, I'm not gonna lie. They broke down that he raised money. They broke down that he bought the building. They broke down that the rest of the money.
Where's the receipt that he bought anything? Because, shout out to Lyndon Honor. I have the copy of the deed. His name is not on it. I looked up the FDMG LLC registration. He's not listed as a principal agent or anything. So how did he buy something? Where are the receipts to prove he either bought a bando or he's making payments on these bandos that K-12 bought? Because that's on the city's website. K-12 management bought those bandos. So if they purchased the bandos and he truly was paying them back some rent fee or whatever the hell, why does he not have receipts to show that? So, like I said, until we see the evidence, he ain't bought. He has nothing. He's not paying on. He is not giving any money to K-12 management. He's not doing a damn thing. He doesn't even want to pay a judgment issued against him from court, and not him, the individual, him allegedly representing FDMG LLC, even though his name is not listed as the registered agent or the principal agent or anything. How is he making decisions on behalf of an LLC he can't even prove he's the principal agent for? How does that happen? How does that happen, y'all? Y'all ever heard of that? This is so crazy. I saw to the bogus check. Donations, gifts. Oh, this is diabolical. He can open it illegally for one day. Oh, you can't make this up. He barely goes inside the bandos. But right here, these graphs and charts is all that it took for Marianne, the one that claims that she's Umar's match somehow. You've met your match, Umar. You met your match. I'm boo on ground. And I'm putting that boot in your ass. You met your match. Oh, okay. But charts and graphs convinced you that these bandos will be converted into schools and they're going to open after somehow passing inspection and having permits on file to do anything to any building whatsoever. We will have the EPA go up there and test everything if need be. And the public has no problem doing it. Because it's been since 2019. It's been 7 years. It has not opened. But now, look at these pretty graphs and charts. Never mind that there's no website. Yeah, it's going to open. According to Marianne Lorient, she's convinced.
Right for renovation. And I told you guys, we voiced it to the attorney. We're like, hey, you know what? We want to see receipt from contract.
What attorney?
We want to see contractor receipt of work that was done with you. So now the attorney, he realized there was kind of like not strong unity among the group, because when we had to pay the retainer fee, he even voiced out, he goes, how come I'm representing all 40 of you and one person is paying the retainer fee? He didn't feel it was fair. So this man, he is in and out of court. He knows how the legal system works. He secure legal fee. The presentation is like, we want the legal fee up front during negotiation. And if during the process of negotiation he's not delivering what the group is asking, we go straight to court. Umar is not trying.
So yeah, okay, so they're never going to go to court. Let her tell it. The conscious community does not like to sue, and right now 40 people, including Marianne, have shown us that they don't have a backbone or spine. Umar has not met his match with Marianne, and she's sitting here, even after all this fluff she just gave, talking about the school is going to open. What in the entire F word is going on? You would think she would not even repeat that dumb shit. Yeah, it's gonna open. When is it gonna open, Marianne? Somehow you're convinced that it's gonna open now because they showed you a chart and a graph made in crayon. You don't have any evidence to corroborate the charts or graphs at all. You can't say how much money he has received when you have not seen the PayPal and Cash App transactions. Like Marianne, Umar has also failed to provide transactions from his bank of all these deposits from PayPal and Cash App. So there's zero evidence that he has shown to reflect how much money he has brought in and how much money was spent towards anything related to these bandos becoming schools. She has not presented any of that information, and that information is not confidential. That should be made available to the public. And you mean to tell me some lead attorney somehow sat down and had to school you on how lawsuits work, and you have an attorney as well? And you all just trusted Umar to just, he's going to do it. Don't worry. It'll happen. It's been 7 years, but whatever. This is madness. It's the epitome of stupidity. So now they're not going to court, but yet she said that will be the agreement. If he can't prove something, he gave no date, no time frame, no nothing. There's no permit on file. I have checked the city's website myself in a live stream. Nothing was there. And we checked by the parcel ID numbers. No application for anything is on file with the city. And it would be if he had done it. This is the buffoonery of it all. And she's sitting here talking about it's going to open.
Trying to go to court. His attorney is not trying to go to court. And that lawyer, our legal team, they know they're not trying to go to court. And he's like, if up front,
who's the legal team?
Group, if up front, people are not spitting out retainer fee, he wanted to secure that he get paid. So now the group, especially the little one that laid up in the middle of the bed with him, I'm going to talk family. Yes, I'm going to talk. Because when the attorney sat with us, they wanted to know who was romantically involved. That was very important information. They didn't want to be blindsided. Two of them were romantically involved.
And we already went through this when I went over this video the other day. And I said flat out, that is the dumbest thing ever. And a smart attorney would know how to flip this and reveal that this is, a habit of a romance scam with Umar. Just like he's sitting here thinking women going to just continue to pay him $500 to go out on a date with his dumb ass. For what? And she's sitting here saying, I've never shamed anybody for laying in the bed with him. Why is this coming up right now? This is the same person that said from one video to another, he's not going to open school, it's not going to happen. And now in this video, I've seen the charts and graphs, and I ain't going to lie, it did look pretty good. It was red, black, and green, if you can believe it. Yeah, they're going to open. What? Yeah, but first we had to get rid of the two people that, were romantically involved because of reasons. Good grief. It's so stupid. Nah, I'm just pointing out the hypocrisy in this.
With this man. So she's the most vocal one. She wants to know, well, I don't understand. How come the attorney fee is secure? What's going on with our money? Let me tell you what's going on with your money. Yeah, y'all want to sit down and chit chat with Umar. Umar's cooperating. Umar's going to open the school. Now, family, I don't know how function.
See, once again, Umar's cooperating. Umar's going to open the school. Okay. Because, she still communicates with him. And he's telling her exactly what to say to keep playing in our faces while he still does not open a damn school. This right here, this whole dumbass distraction. I guess he thought no one would still go on the website to see if there was an application for a certificate of occupancy inspection or permit to show proof that renovations have been done on anything with these bendos. Once again, no evidence receipts presented to prove that money is being spent on renovations. But somehow it's going to open, though. It's going to open. He's cooperating. Whatever the hell that means.
Umar's going to open the school. Now, family, I don't know how functional the school is going to be.
Oh, my God.
I don't know how long. I don't know. He's going to open the school. He's going to make this big reveal. He's going to show work. We haven't seen anything. You understand? We saw a graphic chart, fancy graphic chart. That's what we saw.
But we can't see it.
If this man opens a school, he don't got to give you no donation money, because the donation money, he's going to show proof. I bought these abandoned building. I renovated this building. Now I got a functional school. And Umar, I'm telling you guys, I already see this.
And it's so funny that she says this with so much conviction. None of this shit has happened. No evidence has been presented. The public does have the right to know what these so-called graphs and charts are, and who's the ombudsman or the lead attorney, because they are supposed to be a neutral person. What they cannot be is confidentially kept. And you're not the only one. It's more than just 40 people that have donated to this fake ass FDMG bando school thing, because they're not real. And she's so confident in all of this. And he's sitting back. Umar's just got to be sitting back laughing at it all. How he and Marianne is pulling off this bullshit stunt. They just sitting back laughing.
Can't come in a mile away. He's going to show, hey, I brought this building. Hey, I raised this money from my Black community. Hey, I did all this renovation. Now the city of Wilmington is blocking me. He's going to make this a racial issue. And Umar's going to scam his way out of this. You understand?
Been scamming.
And I told him, court, and that lawyer, he's your attorney. This is what this man went to school for. He stated the same thing. We need to go to court. But y'all want to roll like, we know, we consciousful. We're not going to have the community looking at us sideways. We're going to go that route. Okay, where's that route taking us?
Who's
now he's talking about opening school. And then this law firm already secured their money. So we're paying.
So where's the receipt for that? Where's the receipt and the contract signed for this attorney to be paid a retainer and to represent 40 people from this community that's too scared to sue Umar's ass into oblivion? What is this law firm? Because once again, we're seeing law firm come up and somebody got paid and we have no idea who that person is and how. Umar's broke as hell. This slug nug has no place to lay his head except the school gym or the gym. And yet he has all this money to give her $68,600, pay back the other 39 people their money. Somehow, if he can't open this, no due date, no nothing has been given or provided. Nothing realistic with evidence, none of this stuff. All just nonsense she just throwing out there. All of a sudden, she believes this. This isn't a day. Oh, Mr. Judge, what's going on? How you doing, Mr. Judge? This is clearly scripted. Yep. Y'all. Shout out to Mr. Judge. All the fantastic content creators. If I could get the YouTube channel link for Mr. Judge, I think Uncle Mo's up in here. Did I see Rim Rum? Rim, are you here? Maybe my eyes to see me. Hey, Stoic, how you doing? Hey, Anton, what's going on? Y'all, this is something else. Hey, no, how you doing, honey? What's going on? Will said, so true. I wasn't even in on this stuff until Umar put out the doctor needs some dollars clips, and the whole internet was saying Umar broke. That's what led me to Lennon last summer. Yes, and my fantastic supporters and mods here in the LLC, when I started talking about this Umar saga, also, referred me over to Lennon, and shout out to him. He sent me over a copy of the deeds for the school. He didn't have to do it, and I appreciate it. But he sent the copy over, and I went through it and realized Umar's name's not on here. No proof that he has purchased a damn thing. He's never provided receipts for that. The same way Marianne operates. They just throw out there in the wind with no evidence or receipts and then expect people to believe them. And if you don't, they throw a tantrum. Oh, y'all just hating on me. No, we don't believe what you say because you're a pathological liar. You are a narcissist. And she act just like him, repeating his talking points. What an insult. Hey, artist, how you doing? Flossie said, I do think a person has the poorest of all judgment to lay down with Umar, but regardless. I mean, and I'm not even, here's the thing. I'm not even knocking anyone for laying down with someone. I'm saying that you can use it to your advantage if you're an attorney and you're smart and you know what you're doing. Because what he seems to be doing here, based on the fact that these women are under some impression that they're in a relationship with him, and he is expecting them to financially support him somehow. With the, I guess, expectation that they're in a relationship with him. And he can be going from person to person to person, intentionally trying to, get in their good graces, and then have them give him money and all this other dumb stuff. And a good attorney would be able to utilize it to say, this man is perpetuating a romance scam. Here's the evidence, and here are the witnesses here to testify. You get at least 3-4 women in there, and maybe Devontae. What the hell, Devontae at? You get the hairstylist, whatever. And, at least 4 other good women to come in and give credible testimony and provide evidence. They will be able to show the court that this is a romance scam he's perpetuating. But they're not even smart enough to think about that from that perspective, because somehow these fake ass attorneys that don't exist, having told them that this should be going to court, still sat down and gave this woman $68,600 damn dollars. Y'all, that's oh man. Marianne, Shrek, and Fiona got us good. Marianne, you lying heifer.
Now you're using Umar's money, which is donation money, because this man does not have a 9-to-5. He has no source of income. We're using donation money to pay for a legal fee, and then he's going to open a school that's not going to be functional. And then there you go, family.
You let him open it.
It's graphic. We haven't seen any. I'm going to keep it real. We haven't seen any receipt from any contractor. Everything was fancy graphic.
So why say he's going to open it? Why are you giving him that credit? Yeah, let's go to the next one.
Marianne.
Oh, hold on. This is shout out to Coco, y'all. Now that we've gone through her dumbass videos, let's check this out right quick, because we all just need a brain break from all the crap we just heard. Let's cleanse our palate. Hit the 4. Let's watch this new video posted by Kogo. Shout out to Kogo. He's up in the chat. Miss Kogo, I appreciate you all. Somebody said, Mal said, Tay braided her hair. Y'all, Devontae has not even been spoken of. He could be a possible victim. At least bring him in and let's see what happens. Devontae, you could testify, you know. Let us know your side of the story. Y'all, this is ridiculous. Face drop, braids terrible. Y'all, she is a clown. Marianne is on something. She's sitting here drinking wine in front of us. Y'all, we got to have a palate cleanser. Shout out to Coco for this new video. And then I'll get to the information on the ombudsman because, you know, that was a whole damn thing. Let's get to it.
Lorient has found herself in a bit of a scandal. This all stems from a fake check that Marianne presented to lend an honor. It resulted in Marianne getting dragged by the internet after lying repeatedly. These are accusations Marianne denies. We are joined live by Marianne Lorient in our Atlanta studio. Marianne.
Wait a minute. What's this happening?
And how did all this trouble begin?
Living in America. Something wrong.
Nothing wrong at all. You're not in any difficulty, but you're lying constantly.
No, I'm not.
Hold on, y'all. Let me refresh this right quick. I don't know what's happening here. It seems to be skipping a little bit. Give me 2 seconds right quick. Let me refresh this whole thing because it is skipping bad. What is going on with this? Okay. Let me pull it back up again. Hopefully that did it. Y'all. Who does that sound? Is that My Chaos Brew in the background?
Lorient has found herself in a bit of a scandal. This all stems from a fake check that Marianne presented to lend an honor. It resulted in Marianne getting dragged by the internet after lying repeatedly. These are accusations Marianne denies. We are joined live by Marianne Lorient in our Atlanta studio. Marianne, how did all this trouble begin?
Living in America. Something wrong.
Nothing wrong at all. You're not in any difficulty, but you're lying constantly.
No, I'm not.
Are you out of lies for the check?
Yeah, I'm out of love.
Well, are you out on love or out of love? Which is it?
Out on love. Alone from night to night, you find me.
Now, Marianne, this isn't the first time you and Umar have had a problem. Are the two of you going to be able to work this
Let's
out?
talk about some music.
You want to talk about music and you don't want to talk about what happened.
No, it's all over.
You said you're going to FDMG. When are you going?
We're leaving tomorrow.
And where is the check?
Rio de Janeiro and Sao Paulo, Brazil.
Now, your fans will have read all about this. Aren't you concerned about that?
No, Dageshan. I'm concerned because there's nothing wrong.
And what are you going to say to your fans when they ask you some questions about it?
I'm going to say I feel good. I always got a brand new bag. It's a man's world.
Well, that's the second time we've heard that in 2 days. That's very interesting. Now, don't leave us. You stay right there.
I'm not gonna leave out
We
to do
have to
something.
talk about. Well, tell us a little bit about
What you're going to be doing at FDMG?
Huh? What'd you say?
What you're going to be doing at FDMG?
I'm going to be
Where
doing Papa's got a brand new bag, living in America. Sex machine, get up off of that thing. I feel good. Jam.
Now, I understand that you
I'm
have
real.
already. I have to ask you one serious question here.
Mary, you started an investigation. Does that mean the check is eligible to cash?
Yes, I'm saying.
Drag is
I
wet.
want to mingle.
You want to mingle.
Now, the women despise you on the internet. Why do you think that is?
What'd you say?
The women despise you on the internet.
Why is that, ladies?
Well, I'm asking you.
Huh? Because I
Why do you
look
think
good.
that is? You
I
look.
Ah, good Lord. Is he wearing a glove? Y'all, he wearing a glove.
Well, I'm asking you.
Huh? Because I
Why do you
look
think
good.
that is? You
I
look
smell
good.
good. I
Yes.
feel good.
Also, you drink good.
And make love good.
Oh. Well, there we are. We don't have to ask anybody else. We got that from the source. There you are.
Now, I hear you're in the literature world. Do you have any projects coming up?
The second coming. It's
Oh my God. Man, this got to be your twin. You know, I just hate to say this because James Brown actually had a little talent. You know, he was another turtle shell, but at least he had talent. Boy, I've been in that literature world. Oh, you got to be high as hell to be in the literature world. I'm telling you all right now. Listen here. When you go into the literature world, there are going to be tents set up. Back in the day, over in Asia, where you had Genghis Khan and all them people slaughtering people, all this stuff. You know, they discovered what's called opium from poppy seed plants, right? And when it went out, they would conquer the land. They would burn it down to the ground. That's where they got the expression scorched the earth. Yeah, that's a historical context with that. They would literally burn like the first 2-3 good layers of soil. Make it hard for people to try to recoup, settle back there again, because it will be hard for them to grow food and all that other stuff. So they would scorch the earth. And the generals started noticing that the soldiers and stuff, they would be hurt. Some of them would have, broken bones and all this stuff. And then they now here in this field and feeling good as hell. And start realizing, that some of the men started, showing symptoms like nausea and stuff like that, because it was so much taken in. They had no idea they were doing the early version of smoking weed, except it was opium. It was opium. So once the generals and the leaders would recognize the effects that this poppy seed would have on the soldiers and stuff, they set up these tents. They called them opium tents. And they would take all the opium plants, they would put it in the tent, and they would cover the tent up with animal fat, seal it in, and then you just sit it there and just kind of inhale it in. This right here, the prime example of someone that's been sitting in an opium tent, just high as hell. That's all they're doing in the literature world, where Marianne is their leader somehow. Forget the wine, just give her an opium tent and let her go. You can make this. Oh man, just to think Marianne wants to turn all of this into a movie called Content Creators. The audacity.
It's out of Augusta.
Oh, that
Georgia,
opium is something else.
Joseph P. Young is the editor, and James Brown is one of the advisors. And we're doing a fantastic job. The Second Coming. It features on this week, I think we have the Pope and I believe the Williams brothers.
Mhm.
And next week we're gonna have Reverend Al Sharpton, I think, on the cover.
Oh God, Al Sharpton.
And we'll be doing a lot of good things, and hopefully we'll get Brother Ted Turner on the cover. Ted, where you at?
We want to thank you for being with us today
Wait
and
a
giving
minute,
us
I
an
just got
opportunity.
here.
Oh, is there something more you want to say that we haven't
Yeah, I want to
covered?
say a lot of things.
Okay,
I
go
love
ahead.
you. I love America. I love everybody.
Well,
Feel good.
it sounds to me as though you're not troubled by any of this at all.
This is a man's world.
Thanks for reminding us of that. Every once in a while, we forget.
Get up
But
off
we've
of that
remembered again.
Marianne, good luck on your lies.
Thanks for being with us. I guess we're going to hear lots more.
Hasta luego.
Oh my God, that needs to be a weekly segment. Kogo, please do one on Umar. Y'all, I never knew James Brown spoke in song. All he did was just give out lyrics to all his songs as responses. Marianne, you can't pull this off. You can't sing. Oh, good God in heaven. Y'all, this was epic. Thank you so much, Kogo. Y'all, shout out to him. Hit the foe. Oh, my God. Mr. Judge said Marianne lied about her job, too. Of course she did. She lied to the court about working for Dollar Tree. You can't, oh, that's something else. That's one hell of a lie. I touched on that in the previous live because we checked out My Chaos Brews video and she went in. Why lie to the court about where the hell you working when they can just get the information based on your social and date of birth from the Department of Revenue? They'll subpoena that stuff if they have to. Can't make this up, man. Oh, shout out to James Brown. All right, y'all. We're getting to it. Oh my God. Yeah, it's not sure. Y'all, this was awesome. I loved it too. Piccolo, how you doing? Piccolo, what's going on? Queen Moore. Oh man. Shout out to all of you all. That's why we all need is AI. Oh, you meant AI. He was higher than a kite on Sunday. Oh my good God in heaven. I can't stop laughing, boy. That's just funny thing. All right, let's get to this. I'm just gonna briefly go over this information. Oh child. This is something else. Oh, good grief in heaven. All right. I'm gonna get to this information in here. And I wanted to check out a video from Comedy and Consciousness. I played a couple videos from there. And then, of course, they've done a couple videos on Marianne and something else. So the Ombudsman, right, is an independent official. Okay, let me put the link in here. This is from Investopedia because, you know, you got to cite your sources now. Marianne be lying like hell. Can't make this stuff up, man. So, according to Lene, based on what she claimed Marianne told her, there was an ombudsman, even though she never used that term, that somehow oversaw this so-called, you know, fictitious settlement that we've seen zero evidence on so far. None. So we're not inclined to believe any of this occurred. But, you know, just in case, here's some information on what an ombudsman does and what they do. And they're an independent official who investigates complaints against organizations, government agencies, or financial institutions and work to resolve disputes fairly and impartially. Marianne kept saying lead attorney. An ombudsman is not always an attorney. So hence why people were confused about what the hell it was. And it could have been intentional. Marianne could have been literally saying all this shit to be intentionally confusing and then turns around and tells someone else, oh, it was an ombudsman. What do you mean? So you could not have been sued and served. Okay? So they play a key role in promoting accountability, to which Umar has none, and we have no evidence to prove anything has occurred. So as you can see, Marianne has pretty much eroded whatever other accountability or trust in accountability with Umar could have been put out there to the forefront. She's just demolished it, you know, because she probably is working with Umar. Protecting consumer and public interest, meaning who the hell is the ombudsman? That appointment is not a private decision. The public interest would include any documentation or evidence that a bando is being renovated, that somehow there's a website, and that you can see how Umar is spending donor dollars. These charts and graphs and all that crap, it will be of the public's interest to know what that information is. Why hasn't that been posted? Once again, who's this person that was appointed again? This is crazy. And addressing systemic issues, particularly when formal legal action is impractical or unavailable. But, you know, let Marianne tell it. If he does not open the schools up, then they're going to go to court. Why in the hell would they stall on that again? FDMG is not even real. There's no curriculum. They definitely don't have any policy or procedure. They have nothing in place to show how money is going to continue to come in to pay teachers or staff or anything for that nature. And yet Marianne believes that it's going to open because charts and graphs. Nope. Public has the right to know that. So an ombudsman may be called different names in some countries, including titles such as public advocate or national defender. ombudsman typically has a broad mandate that allows them to address overarching concerns in the public and sometimes the private sector. That said, sometimes an ombudsman mandate extends over only a specific sector of society. For example, a children's ombudsman may be tasked with protecting the rights of young people of a nation, while in Belgium, various linguistic and regional communities have their own ombudsman. In the United States, members of the United States Congress serve as ombudsman at the national level, representing the interests of their constituents and maintaining staff acts tasked with advocating for constituents faced with administrative difficulties, especially those caused by maladministration. Now let's go down to exploring the different types of ombudsmen. All right. I just want to highlight this part here. Depending on the jurisdiction, an ombudsman decision may or may not be legally binding. Because we have no idea what the decision was from this so-called settlement that Lynette claims that Marianne told her involved an ombudsman. And it might not even be legally binding. Go figure. Even if not binding, the decision often carries significant weight. Where is the decision? There should be some evidence and documentation. She's already disclosed the amount. No one's asking to see her social, date of birth, or address at all, even though it will be available in court documents, but whatever. I'm not going to sit here and try to pull up her address and that type of information. But when you're talking about a decision made from an ombudsman that's supposed to be appointed as an official to do these investigations, the public does have the right to know who that person is and information that can be released even through a FOIA request. That would include these dumb charts and graphs, their recommendations. No one is asking for some non-disclosure agreement to be released, but information related to whatever investigation has occurred that would be of the public interest so that the public can see how donor dollars are being spent. Yes, that should be something that can and should be released to the public. You can't make this up. So let's go to an organizational ombudsman, because FDMG is a 501c3 nonprofit organization. Okay. Large public entity or other organization may have its own ombudsman. An example being the California Department of Healthcare Services. Depending on the appointment, an ombudsman may investigate specific complaints about the services or interaction a consumer has had with the entity concerned. An ombudsman within an organization may also have a primary function of dealing with internal issues, such as complaints by employees, or if an educational institution complaints by its students. Well, FDMG is not a real school. It doesn't even have a website. Marianne is not an employee or student. So who the hell was appointed to oversee this? Y'all following me so far? Because you can't make this up. This is what I've been reading and researching here. That's what we do here in the Lady Luck Club. So when you say some ombudsman was utilized, let's find out what the hell that is and what we can obtain as far as information and evidence from this so-called ombudsman. Now, once again, I must reiterate, I don't believe any of this shit is real until I see evidence. But since this is being put out there, people should be knowledgeable of what they are able to do and not do. They cannot give legal advice. They can't serve a damn person. They cannot force litigation or mediation at all. And if, according to Marianne, even the attorneys, Debo and them for Umar said we should go to court, why the hell didn't they go to court? Why didn't Marianne just take them on her own? You can't make this up. So the last thing they could do is force someone to sit down for mediation or settlement. Even if one person in the party of 40 wanted to go to court, either they're all on one accord or she needs to be suing her herself. Because, see, he had no problem suing her. You can't use that bullshit as an excuse to say, oh, the conscious community doesn't like to file lawsuits because of incarceration rates, when Umar himself is out here suing every damn body and their mama. You can't make this up. So if he's out here suing various other businesses and entities trying to get money because dumb reasons, where are those court documents? Where's any evidence that whomever else he's suing is going through an ombudsman? How are those matters being resolved? Why do we not hear about these other lawsuits that Umar's filing against people? Why aren't we able to see information on that? That would be of the public interest. You can't make this up. So here you get, even down to educational institution, whether it's the employee or staff, a student or stakeholder, Marianne Lorient is not the only one. If Umar only had 40 people donating to him, he wouldn't be able to do none of the stuff he's doing because he definitely don't want to get a job. But how is it in the public's best interest if we don't even know who this ombudsman is? But yet somehow one was used. No evidence though. None. So the role of an advocate ombudsman. Just as the name suggests, they advocate for people who have filed grievances or for those with whom the grievance is concerned. They can be found in the private or public sectors, but are typically found championing for long-term care residents, aging adults, the underserved, and those who cannot advocate for themselves. So you guys could take a look at the information here. I'm not going to read it all. I just wanted to kind of highlight a few things here. You got the advantages and disadvantages of an ombudsman. They have, some level of authority to be able to investigate something, but where's the results of this investigation? Everything is not covered under some NDA, especially if that person is supposed to be an official that is appointed to this role. There's some information that can be released to the public, especially when an ombudsman is not serving as a legal figure. So they can't sit here and say, oh no, legally I don't have to give you anything. No, they cannot do that. But FDMG somehow has an ombudsman who he's supposed to be representing or investigating what's going on between FDMG and Marianne Lorient and 40 other people, 39 other people. Funny how this person's name never came up. So you got the pros and cons here. Pros, they facilitate customer or public complaints. They're unbiased and objective, because objective meaning you produce evidence and documentation. Can restore and maintain confidence in organizations or institutions. Any of you have any confidence restored in FDMG that doesn't exist? Hit the 4. If you have confidence in FDMG, please let me know. Because I need to understand your thought process. I think that the majority of us can say we have no confidence in FDMG. So whomever this ombudsman is, they failed. They have not restored any faith or confidence in anything with FDMG opening up. And we don't even know who that person is. Of course, you have the cons here. Poor performance can erode trust. They didn't do anything at all, and that erodes trust. Cannot provide legal advice. Complex issues can take a lot of time to resolve. Yeah. The time frame between Marianne saying that there was some class action or that she was being sued to the time where she so-called received the settlement or had some meeting with the, Debo and them for this non-existent class action is a relatively short period of time. If they had an ombudsman in any class action with 40 people total, ask the complainants, don't you think that investigation would have taken more time than 1 or 2 months? You would have to interview 40 people, get evidence, figure out how much they donated, and then come up with some resolution to not only ensure fairness across the board, but provide recommendations on policy and procedure, to which FDMG has none. He doesn't even have a website. There's no curriculum. There's no financial plan as to how you're going to pay people. So how the hell does an ombudsman walk away and not at least say, y'all need to have a website up? No one knows what the hell is going on with this thing. So far, these schools don't exist. So what was the purpose of the ombudsman again? And mind you, these people are supposed to be appointed for free. Why did Marianne Lorient have to get an attorney? She claimed she settled and went through some conversation with Umar and Debo and them. Then they said it was an ombudsman. And yet, who the hell is that person? You can't make this stuff up. What good came out of that? This is crazy. What powers does an ombudsman have? This will be the last piece of information here. An ombudsman has the power to investigate and file complaints against otherwise influential organizations or high-ranking officials. They often have the power to request key documents, interview individuals, and order a legal investigation if necessary. If agreed to, ombudsman rulings are legally binding. How is any agreement made with Marianne Lorient and Umar the Oompa Loompa legally binding? And where is that agreement? Where is it at? Interview individuals. We don't even know who these 39 other people are from the class action. That never existed. Were they even interviewed? Exactly. It's so crazy. Ombudsman Hoppo, who this? Hoppo, who this person? What's their name? Why don't you provide any information from their investigation or their recommendation again? You saw charts and graphs. You didn't think, let me take a picture of this. This is of the public interest. I think anyone that's donated to FDMG has a right to see these charts and graphs and know who the hell this dumbass ombudsman is. They have the right to know who has been appointed to sit here and to try to make recommendations for improvement for a non-existent organization. Y'all, this is nuts. Y'all see how crazy this stuff is? So either way, however you put it, whatever you want to call it as, there's no lawsuit, there's no court filings, no documented information available in the court. If you're talking about an arbitration or an ADR, it's an alternative dispute resolution, who the hell is serving as the mediator? Lene specifically said ombudsman. Who is that person? We have the right to know that. But nothing came out of this. Marianne still can't show evidence on a check. And we're supposed to believe that some ombudsman was appointed to investigate, interview people for a class action or for her so-called non-existent lawsuit from Umar. No evidence on any of that. It's the stupidity of it all. Why lie this bad? You can't make this up. And I'm showing you all information for a reason. I'm ombudsman. I'm showing y'all this for a reason now. You can't make this up. And I don't listen here. I'm not giving anybody, and you all know I did a whole commentary video on the Rim Rum Live where Lene Stacks went there and tried to, I guess, clarify what Marianne told her. And in my mind, and I said this in my live stream, I wouldn't want to repeat none of that bullshit. Because I don't care who it comes from. If Marianne told you all this stuff and she didn't show you any evidence of this, and she can't post it to us, it's not real. It didn't fucking happen. And she lied like hell. That simple and straightforward. I dare not repeat somebody trying to clarify what they said. And I haven't even seen any evidence on this stuff. That's not being objective. So if you say there's an ombudsman, we demand to know who that person is. To know what is the information that can be posted out regarding their so-called investigation. These charts and these graphs. Where the hell they at? Where the receipts? But Marianne said that the school's going to open. Yeah. Y'all, this is crazy. So I said to myself, if these ombudsmen vary from state to state, the scope of their investigation varies based on the jurisdiction and the sector that they're in. Let's see what the hell is going on in Ohio, right? Let's see how this goes. So I pulled up the information. First, I started with, hold on. Somehow this jumped off. I'll make sure you all can you request information? Simple question. I did a Google search, right? Because we all gonna Google today. So can you get information from this ombudsman? You all see here? I looked this up. This was a Google search for me. I already dropped the link for you all to check out more information on an ombudsman and what they do. From Investopedia website, great website, great resource. Also, Legal Clarity as well. If you Google what is an ombudsman, you'll get several sources that come up. I recommend the ones that are credible, like Investopedia, Legal Clarity, anything from like the Cornell University, that has some sort of legal explanation to it. I recommend those first. And you have, of course, ombudsmen that can operate in various sectors, like the healthcare sector or government or, financial sector, educational sector. Like you can have appointed ombudsmen in even private organizations. But there is a level of transparency that they have to maintain because they're supposed to be neutral and impartial. And if they were interviewing people, if they're presenting documentation to prove something is being done with donor dollars, that is also something that should be released to the public. That is not private, confidential information. Umar wants people to give him damn money, but he doesn't want to show a chart and a graph and tell us who the ombudsman is. F out of here. So when you request information, you can generally request information from an organizational ombudsman, which is what this so-called ombudsman would be if they are real. But the process and success depend on the ombudsman's role, the organization's policies, to which FDMG has none. So he can't say, based on our policies, we don't release anything. Where's the policy? See, it forces them to still have to go deeper to answering more questions. Who is the ombudsman? Give us the information on that person. We need to prove and verify that they are real. And then show us the scope of their work, the scope of their investigation. You don't have any policies because FDMG doesn't even have a website. So there's nowhere to go to get information about the damn school at all. No curriculum. They have nothing. And the nature of the information you seek, it is of public interest to know what the hell is going on so that you have, whether you want to call yourself a donor or investor or stakeholder, however, you have the right to know this information. You've given him your hard-earned money. So don't play around with it. Make them give you information that you have the right to know. An organizational ombudsman is an independent, neutral, and confidential figure within an organization who helps resolve disputes, mediate conflicts, and provide problem-solving support. They do not make management decisions, represent any party in a dispute, or act as an advocate for individuals. Their work is typically informal and voluntary. They often maintain confidentiality to the maximum extent allowed by law, because reasons. You still have to operate within the confines of the law, and specifically state law. So here's the information on what can be requested. We're not asking for information that is specific to an NDA or personal identifiable information, but information on the recommendation, those charts and graphs to show how money is being spent, revenue is being brought in, receipts for vendor invoices, proof of applications of permits, all these things. Yes, if they came together, like Marianne said, oh, they presented all these charts. It was well done. Well done. Yeah, but it was all fake. You're talking about all of this being presented, but no evidence to support the data. That's not how the hell a chart and graph works. I can't say $500,000 is going towards renovations, and I can't show you the receipts to back it up. I can put whatever I want in a pie chart all day. Color it every color of the rainbow. But if the data is not being pulled from receipts or factual information or a financial system of any sort, then it's a forge. It's fraudulent. It's not real. It's no different than having a fake website where you see charts and graphs and you're like, what? Where are they pulling this data from? We can't even find contractor information. No contracts, no vendor invoices, nothing. So how can you say what's going out and being spent on what when it comes to donor money? Even with the revenue, we haven't seen any transactions of money going to Umar from Cash App and PayPal. We haven't seen any of that shit. And if it's going to an FDMG account, at the very least, tell us the bank that account is with. See, this whole scheme that he's perpetuating, he's been doing for over 10 years, it can only sustain him but for so far. Just like any other pyramid scheme, it's not self-sustaining. You need fresh money coming into the pyramid scheme to reach to the top where he's just spending it all. And somehow he thinks he doesn't have to show any evidence or proof of how it's being spent. And you got Marianne walking around here talking about, oh, it's going to open. I don't know how functional it's going to be, but the school's going to open. Why the F would you even come out and repeat that? You sound dumb, Marianne. And you expect everyone else to see and believe that stupidity. Absolute madness. A chart and graph. Can you believe it? So here's some key points. Ombudsmen are not public record keepers. They do not maintain former case records for the employer, which means that information would have to either come from the Oompa Loompa or, whomever is representing this so-called class action. Who is that attorney? Because for some reason, Marianne's the one that said that she took that $68,600 and forked it up to the attorney to represent 40 people in a class action. But no receipts at all that you paid an attorney. None. They cannot release info that would compromise confidentiality or organizational integrity. Funny how FDMG has no integrity at all, or website, or process, procedure, policies, nothing. Not a motto, a creed, objective, nothing. Just a bunch of nonsense. If the info is not available, the ombudsman may direct you to other resources or processes within the organization. Because no one else works for FDMG. So that's that. So I went in and I said, okay, how do they operate in Ohio? Because that's where they so-called came together and did all of this talking and meeting of the minds. Y'all see this here? Y'all, this is something else. So Jane, cognitive dissident said an ombudsman is basically an impartial referee between two parties to ensure the guidelines are adhered to and any claims of improper behavior are investigated. Yeah. Some of that information from that investigation, you all should be able to request it as stakeholders or donors, as contributors, so you can see exactly what occurred. Because otherwise, they can't even name this ombudsman. They don't exist. We're not in the mood to believe lip service. Funny how someone lying like hell can create all this distrust. Now we're at a point where we're demanding evidence. We're not obligated to believe what someone says. No, prove it. Prove it. Let's see here. Queendom says dumb as rocks. Dejan said it's not a pyramid scheme. If it was, they have him locked up. It's a pyramid scheme. Because no one has received any product or service. But he's got these contribution packages, they're like tiered. MLM packages on his website? He has a website, but not the school. I mean, he's got this platinum level that goes up to $1,000, and he wants people to give him that every month, and yet he can't show people how he's spending his money. That's the same thing as a pyramid scheme. You got these tier packages where you get nothing in return. That is a pyramid scheme. And feel free to look that up online. I've gone over it already. Francisca says the area was classified as industrial, then now they are classified as residential, and he can't just make the small building as school when it was previously used as storage. Mr. Judge said, here's how the IRS reports are a lie. The records have Umar claiming to have made no income, yet he said he raised $5 million in total. Bullshit. Exactly. He's got some law firm preparing those court documents, and yet he doesn't even give himself a salary. Naturally, the IRS is gonna ask, how are you making money? If you're talking about accounts being closed, to which he said this on a whole podcast, we're gonna pull that portion up in a second, about these accounts being closed and all this other stuff, and one of them being an FDMG account. Why was that account frozen? If it was not about fraud, then why did they freeze it? If the IRS is investigating, they'll be able to get that information and figure out what happened with that account if it was real. Personally, I just believe that Umar is just taking all this money and it's being funneled to one account, and he's just spending like crazy from that. Then has the audacity to get mad when people say, no, you need to show us expenses and invoices on how you spending this damn money. Otherwise, you're not delivering a product or service. That is a scam. Can't make this up. Allison says they built weapons, right? Or machination, something I don't totally understand. Who knows? I'm gonna have to see the information on what those buildings were previously built to be, or what they were designed to be. And we're working on it, trust me. Shout out to Francisca. We're working on it. Because if I present that information, I want to have evidence to back it up. So I don't want to speak on something I don't have any clear-cut evidence right now to show. But give me some time. We'll get it done here in the LLC. We'll get it done. Shout out to you, Francisca. Thank you so much for that too. Psalm 91 said, I personally think Marianne is going to move on from the check now that her and Lene are cool. She's going to focus on Umar and this federal investigation. Yeah, and speaking of that federal investigation, I'm going to show you all a target letter. Because why haven't we seen and heard from Umar himself regarding him receiving a target letter? That is something that the public could see and have made available. He hasn't even mentioned it. When he was under investigation by the Board of Psychology in Pennsylvania, he actually announced he was under investigation. Why hasn't he done that now? Why won't he come out and debunk Marianne again? It smells like collusion, Marianne. You and him are working together. That's what it smells like. That's how I'm getting whiff of it. There's only one tier. The Umar is the only recipient. It's not a scam. It's a scam, not a Ponzi, really. Yeah, it's a scam. Pyramid scheme. The idea is you're taking this money. You have people donating and investing in this in exchange for some product or service. No product or service has been rendered. Not at all. They got all of this. They could take him to court and sue his ass on. He has no problem suing everybody else. But when it comes to them suing him, oh, well, it's the conscious community. It's not something we do. But he'll go out and sue everybody and their mama again. Can't make this stuff up, y'all. It's the hypocrisy for me. Wolves of Black Wall Street says, from my Claude, an ombudsman is an independent, neutral third party who investigates complaints, makes recommendations without legal enforcement power. Exactly. They can't serve Marianne. So when she said that I was sued and served, she was not served by any ombudsman at all. They don't have the authority to do that. So let's look at what is allowed in the state of Ohio when it comes to an ombudsman. And I just did a Google search. Does Ohio have a state ombudsman? Yes. Now, remember, you can have an organization hire one. But here's an example of how state laws predicate and dictate the types of ombudsmen on a state level. So in Ohio, they only have one for the long-term care sector. Y'all see that right here? State long-term care ombudsman program. And this is part of the Ohio Department of Aging. This office is mandated by both the Federal Older Americans Act and Ohio state law to advocate for the rights of people receiving long-term care. Funny how FDMG does not provide long-term care. And this is in Ohio. So, okay, let's go to, and I did the same thing with Pennsylvania, where Umar allegedly is from. Pennsylvania has a long-term care ombudsman program. This is the only program they have on the state level. Okay, and then I said, all right, well, the school is in Delaware. And this is just a Google search, you all. Does Delaware have an ombudsman? Yes, Delaware has several ombudsman programs, each serving different populations and purposes. A long-term care ombudsman program, and then Office of the Ombudsman person for the common interest community. Created in 2014, this office in the Delaware Department of Justice serves members of common interest communities, condominiums, cooperatives, homeowners associations. So mainly for residents. So FDMG is not in the business of long-term care or anything dealing with residents for condos, cooperatives, or homeowners associations. It's supposed to be a nonprofit organization acting as a school. Who the hell is their ombudsman again? And I'm going to ask this. Does anyone know or have any knowledge of FDMG having an ombudsman? Anyone? Please let me know. Yeah, it's so crazy. Maddie says, Mr. Judge, everyone has Umar's number. Keep in mind, Marianne could have lied about talking to Umar. She could have. She lies like hell. It's hard to believe anything she say. Allison says, like a guardian, ad litem, or mediator. Exactly. That's what they serve as. And I even said when we went over the video with Rimrum's Live, I said, it sounds like she's may have referred to when Lene mentioned the ombudsman. I said, sounds like she was referring to someone that serves as a mediator for arbitrations. But see, FDMG is not a real organization. It's not a real school. It's not functioning as anything. So who the hell did they appoint as an ombudsman? Who was the mediator between Umar and Marianne with this $500,000 so-called lawsuit that never existed? She says she was sued and served. No court filings in the court. If you're sued and served, a case will be initiated. If you decide to mediate the matter, you go to a mediator. But there is still evidence of an initial case opened in the court of law. And an ombudsman cannot serve you. They don't serve as a legal representative. They're supposed to be independent and impartial. But she said she was sued and served. So either way, there's documentation that should be coming either from her being sued and served or her having some ombudsman to help mediate something. Who in the hell did they appoint to be that ombudsman? Does anyone know? Anything with a lawyer. Y'all, you can't make this up. The ancestors pick us at the ancestors. Yeah, it's the old Goonie Goon. It came in 6 deep. You can't. Oh, good God in heaven, man. Y'all, this is something else. Who is the supposed lawyer? What's their name? Who knows? I've been asking this for at least 2 weeks now. Because if there were a lawsuit on file with the court, the attorney would have to do what's called an order of entry, where they make their appearance on the record and express to the court which party they're representing. They would have to file that entry for their appearance. Period. That's standard procedure. That's court rule. Plus, the court has to ensure this person is licensed to practice law. You can't go to court trying to represent somebody and you're not a bar licensed attorney. You know, like Marianne said she tried to do with somebody that went to court, because some married woman, she mentioned, ended up having a fling with Umar, and that person went to court and Marianne went in there like she was somebody's attorney. She's not an attorney. I highly doubt the judge would have allowed her to speak on behalf of someone, and she's not an attorney. If you go in and provide testimony as an advocate, that's one thing. You cannot go to court and actually represent someone and speak for them as legal representation unless you are a bar licensed attorney and you have a current active bar license. Y'all, it's something else. This is craziness. Debbie is the ombudsman. Oh, y'all. I just want you all to see this information here. They say we don't do our research because reasons. Yeah, no, we do it. That's why I said never again will I just believe anything somebody says. Tell us who this ombudsman is, and then I'll believe that they're real. Speaking of the investigation, this federal investigation, here it is. You're under federal investigation. You may receive a federal target letter. Where's the target letter? Umar, post that target letter. Post up that damn federal target letter. Because until that happens and I see a shred of evidence that he's under federal investigation, it doesn't exist. This is what happens when you lie like hell. No one believes anything that you say at this point. Not a damn thing. So where's this so-called federal target letter? Yeah, and this would be the easiest thing that he could post up. You think he will be whining and crying about this all over the internet. Where's the target letter? It's a formal notice from the U.S. Department of Justice, often through the U.S. Attorney's Office or the FBI, informing you that you are the target of a federal grand jury investigation. Because it's supposed to be a federal investigation. Even if it's a criminal investigation or an investigation on a state level or from any agency. Where's the target letter? God. Yeah, you can't make this up. It's not the same as being charged. The letter may describe the suspected offense, cite relevant federal statutes, and warn you of your right to remain silent. It can also invite you to speak with investigators or testify before a grand jury, or offer the chance to resolve the matter without formal charges. Oh my God. So anybody heard of him say anything about a letter? I'm just showing this because I want people to see that if you're going to say that he's under investigation of any sort, if he receives a notice, he can't post that up. That doesn't mean you're disclosing evidence about the investigation. Just means that they're saying you're the target of one. God. So where's this documentation and evidence again? Because you can't make this up. Y'all, this is something else. Oh, good grief. Marianne, you've given us all a headache. Enough. Let's get to the Oompa Loompa, because you can't make this up. Umar, post up that target letter that they claim somebody said you got something going on. Post the letter up. Y'all, he would be crying like hell all over the internet, child. Oh, God, okay. Let's get back to this. So, My Chaos Brew did a video, and then we're going to go to this podcast Umar was on, where he was talking about the bank accounts being frozen on ice, and they never thought out.
Marianne, look.
So here's a song. Y'all, shout out to my chaos stream. I told y'all she looks like a cabbage patch. Oh, she looks like a cabbage patch gremlin dog. Oh, this is epic. This is epic. Let me drop the video link in the chat. Check out my Chaos Brew YouTube channel, y'all. Y'all, I saw this. I said, oh, I'm going to save this and let you all see it with me. I had to resist the urge all day. Can you believe it? Oh, my good God in heaven. I told y'all she looks like a cabbage patch. Oh, Marianne, you can kiss my ass. All right, y'all. Oh, I'm done laughing. Okay. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. Let's get a few more comments in right quick. Y'all make sure y'all hitting that like button. This is something else, y'all. Oh, my God. Oh, Jesus. Oh, this is too funny. All right, y'all. If you guys listen, ways to donate, support the channel. It took me a minute to get some research and get that information lined up for you all. Yeah, it's a Google search, but I have to read it and understand, what an ombudsman is to be able to explain it and help you all understand what to expect out of a so-called investigation done by one and what you can request as information to prove that this is a real thing. Because, once again, Marianne has yet to show us evidence that she received a damn coin from Umar. The coin she claims that we're all making on YouTube. Not coins plural, just one coin singular. Shout out to my Chaos Brew. Let's get to it. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Lorient roll up in the Umar sector.
Oh.
Camera rolling, script flipping, call it Lorient's detector. Promise films, donations, big plans in the air. But that 68K check, man, it smelled like despair.
Oh, man.
She flashed it to Lena and said, Umar paid the price. Settlement vibes, but the ink wasn't dry twice. Fake or real, the streets debate all night while the sector's still waiting for that school to ignite. Marianne, scamming the Umar zone. Checking the hand, but the money never shown. Infiltrate the sector, play the pro-black card, but when the receipts drop, everything falls apart. Marianne, what's the real score? 500 dreams, or just drama galore. Umar
so
sector
good.
shaking, Lena calling bluff. This check game wild, and it ain't enough.
Hey. This is such a vibe. My Chaos, this is so good. Y'all, it's the Muppet for me. Oh my God, this is so good. Y'all, that crying wig. Y'all, next time, can somebody do a video from the eyes of the dog, Buster? I believe Buster has a whole story to tell. It is only right that we hear Buster out. Buster said, if y'all only knew what I knew. Oh, man. The poor dog was trying to warn us. Oh, this is epic. That wig is crying like hell.
Promise film, donations, big plans in the air. But that 68K check, man, it smelled like despair. She flashed it to Lena and said, Umar paid the price. Settlement vibes, but the ink wasn't dry twice. Fake or real, the streets debate all night while the sector's still waiting for that school to ignite. Marianne, scamming the Umar zone. Checking the hand, but the money never shown. Infiltrate the sector, play the pro-black card, but when the receipts drop, everything falls apart. Marianne, what's the real score? 500K dreams, or just drama galore. Umar sector shaking, Lena calling bluff. This check game wild, and it ain't enough.
Woo! This is so good.
From Cleveland to the chat, she directing the scene. Awake in the movie with Umar on the screen. But contractors ghosted, funds missing in action. Donors investigating, losing all traction. She said he tried to scam me for $500,000 stack. But Umar clapping back like, where the money at? Fake checks flying, lies piling high. In the Umar sector, trust goes to die. Lennon tossed the bathwater, Mary out the door. YouTube lives burning, dropping truth to the core. Show the paperwork. They scream in the stream, but silence hit harder than a broken dream. Marianne, scam in the humor zone. Checking the hand, but the money never shown. Infiltrate the sector, play the pro-black card. But when the receipts drop, everything falls apart. Marianne, queen of the plot twist, settlement or scam. We got the whole list. So put one for the sector, the beef never ends. Marianne, Lorient, where do we send the amends? Umar still talking, school still a ghost. This drama forever raise a toast to the most.
Oh man!
The Umar sector, infiltrated and exposed.
Oh, this is so good. Yay! Oh my God! My chaos, bro! Oh, that's so good. God, that was dope. Oh my God, is she here? Watch out. Girl, keep it up. Oh, that's so good. Oh, that's so good. Well done. Well done. Y'all. Oh my God. Hey, Cheryl, what's going on? Shout out to my boss, y'all. I saw you, Artiste. I think I hope I ain't miss you. Southern Abbey said my chaos brew red lemonade. Did she? What the heck is going on? Oh Lord. Oh, do I want to know? Oh man. Oh dear Lord. That song was dope. Man. She said to be continued. I'm looking forward to part 2. Put Buster the dog in it. Boy, he's got some secrets to tell. Spill the tea, Buster. Spill the tea. We don't mind. You can't make this up. Shout out to you, Ginger Spice. What's going on? Well done. Oh my God, that song is so good. Allison said, Wolves, I think she thought the movie was going to be the big time, and she put up with all that for him to back out and demand it for herself. For himself. She should have listened to TJ. Yeah. I don't know why how you let Spot come on your set and crash your movie like that. You could have just hired somebody to play his role. Let her tell it. He came to her talking about, can you make a movie about me? Chabu. Knowing how narcissistic he is, of course he doesn't want anything about a child support being there. He doesn't want it to be realistic. No, he's a cult leader. He just want all the good points highlighted. You know, him eating little Debbie snack cakes over and over again. Y'all, man, you can't make this up. Oh, that song was fire. It was so fire. Oh man, thank y'all so much for tuning in. Y'all hit that like button. Let's get this out there in the algorithm. Push it up. I see you, artists. There you go. Yo, we got some great content. You guys are so creative. Between Coco and Mind Chaos Brew, this music and the songs, the videos. Oh, that Muppet. That Muppet is epic. Let's get to this, y'all. This is the Oompa Loompa sitting here addressing this bank, the frozen bank thing. You know, remember when he was begging people for money, talking about his account and FDMG account was frozen, but couldn't say why. Never said what the hell happened. And then said, oh, I called them and asked them, you know, do they suspect any fraud from my end? Who the fuck? He sounds just like Marianne saying that. Now that I think about it, it sounds like something Marianne would say. Word for word. Do you think it's fraud on my part? Is it due to any fraud on my end? Are you kidding me? Of course he would come out and lie and say, yeah, no, I have nothing to do with that. Who am I going to come out and say, yeah, I've been spending you all money eating at Cinnabon 3 times a week. I eat everything. And I bought all the ginger ale and Little Debbie snack cakes that my heart's desire with your money. And while I do not put it towards a bando. He's not going to come out here and tell on himself. Of course he's going to lie like hell. Yeah, that sounds like something she would say. I can't believe this. Like, she literally just, he's not saying anything to stop her. But then how that happens. So we're going to get to this, y'all. And then this is whole, I don't know if I'm going to watch the whole thing. But make sure you guys, if you want to check this out. This is on.
But
it's up their podcast. So I'm not going to hit the thumbs up until I hear a little bit about what was said. Because these podcasters keep letting him come on and they spoon feed him and throw him these softball interviews. And yet he walks around here like he's, I'm all for accountability. I'm all for transparency. No, the hell you ain't. You can't even handle a tough question. Then you want to talk about somebody disparaging him. That's some clown shit to me. But let's get to this. Thank y'all so much. Man, listen. Has anybody seen this, by the way? Anybody seen this? Thank you, big sis. God, I appreciate it. Thank you for the $2 super. She talked about Rim Trade MCB. What? Don't let him slide. Oh, I won't, David. What is going on? Thank you for the $2 super, big sis. I appreciate that. Why? Oh, Lord have mercy. Marianne, you see what you've done, you lying demon. God, you can't make this up. Raymond Trips, you just saw it. The host is looking for Umar. You never asked him one question. Did he? Okay, Rim covered this live stream. You know what, Flossie? I'll probably do that as a members only live. I have no idea what's going on. I have no idea what's going on. I'm direct, just like I said the other day. They should not be repeating anything Marianne Lorient said. Because Marianne lied like hell and produced zero documentation or evidence. And if she hasn't seen it, and it can't be posted for us to see, however, whoever tries to clarify what Marianne is saying, you should not want to repeat it. She lied at the end. If she can't provide receipts and evidence, it's irrelevant. That's for anybody, not just for her. Child, no one should be defending Marianne. She's a grown-ass woman. But I might try to cover that as a members only live. So you guys want to see that live? Let me know. And I'll do it as a members only, and we'll check it out. Send me the link. Anybody? What's her the link to that? Email me at ladyluckclubllc@yahoo.com. Oh Lord, that's a whole thing. Oh, see, they go back and forth. You can't make this up. This interviewer isn't any different. Oh, good grief. All right, y'all, let's get to this. Put a one in the chat where you can hear and see. Let's go.
Bank kept giving us the runaround. First they said we just
hold on.
I said to you when he got your partner.
Oh, okay.
I said to you when he got your partner.
Sure.
Yeah.
Let's talk about FDMG for a moment. No,
Sure.
before we get to FDMG, you did come out at one point and say that your accounts were frozen, business and personal.
Mhm.
What was the update on that? And explain to the
got
audience a
debanked.
little bit. Explain to the audience a little bit what happened, your response to it, and where it stands now.
Well, we got debanked, but the bank kept giving us the runaround. First they said we just looking into
You got debanked. What the hell does that mean? What? Why they make up these dumbass words? Umar, we already got to deal with this from your protege, Marianne. What the hell is debunk? Is he trying to say debunk? Why are you making up words? He calls himself an intellect and a scholar. This non-reader of books used the term debanked. God.
but the bank kept giving us the runaround. First, they said we just looking into your account.
No evidence.
I guess they wanted to see if I was mismanaging money. I'm assuming the struggle streamers contacted the bank and accused me.
We don't know what bank to contact, you dumbass. Who knows what bank to contact? I'm sorry. He said the bank, losing your bank account. He just, oh my good God. Do you know what bank that the struggle stream was contacted? Because apparently we contacted a bank that I know nothing about. I don't even know the name of the bank. How do we contact the bank? Oh, Lord. One of my businesses got the bank last summer. It just means they take away the account and that's it. It does happen. I experienced it and it sucks. But they didn't give a reason? Because banks do business with your money. So if he's not misusing and mismanaging money, and he's got two accounts now. He said his account and the FDMG account. Which is funny because he still won't produce any receipts to prove that he's paying towards a bando. Because K-12 management bought those bandos. He didn't. But why would they do that with the FDMG one? Like that, y'all see how weird that is? What happened with the bank accounts? The bank, it's hard to imagine them. If he's getting all this money coming in, you're talking about hundreds of thousands to millions of dollars, like he claims. And he's raised a lot of money over the years. They would not want to lose him as a client unless he's doing some fraudulent shit he shouldn't be doing. And of course, he's a narcissist. He's not going to tell on himself. So of course, Umar's going to lie like hell is hot. But yet he won't say why the bank did this. I've never heard a bank just close your account just because and you've done nothing wrong. He's created the term. I Googled it. They don't say that. They just shut the account down and send the money saved in the form of a check. But he's saying he never got a check. Tunde. Mr. Justice, banks don't give information on other people's accounts, so we can't search it anyway. Exactly. He said the struggle stream has contacted the bank. What bank? We don't even know the name. Oh my good God in heaven. It must have been the bank of the literature world. Well, we sit around and get high from opium tents. You can't make this up. You got to go to literature world to have an account with the bank Umar is referring to. That doesn't exist here on earth in this reality. That's only in literature world will you find that bank he banks with an FDMG bank. Yeah, you can't make this up. Umar, you such an idiot. What's going on, everybody coming in? Hit that like button. Thank you all so much for tuning in. So Umar just said he got the bank and he still didn't say what the hell happened. You know, and for some reason he was just able to open another account, I guess, somewhere. And the struggle streamers had him debanked, even though I've never personally heard him say the name of a bank at all. So we have no idea who to contact. And just like Mr. Judge said, even if you contact the bank, you can't get information on someone else's bank account. They're not going to say you anything. They're not going to do anything either. You can't make this up.
Me of fraudulent behavior as they've done in the past. First, they said we was
No
looking into
evidence
your
on that.
account, but you're not going to be debanked, right? And then the next thing you know, I get a letter in the mail saying I'm debanked. So I call them. I say, y'all told me y'all just looking into the account. Yeah, well, we didn't know. We thought they was. And we just got this letter from the higher ups saying that we can no longer host your account, that we have the right to choose who we can and cannot. But then Donald Trump, or was it Joe Biden? It might have been Trump who signed this law that says banks cannot just debank you because they don't like you. You follow what I'm saying? But we were a black bank now, so I'm going to let it be. But I think I did have grounds to sue.
What's that black bank? Because he's going to blame the struggle streamers for doing something to this black bank while we still don't know the name. So what's this black bank? Because, you know, there are only black banks in his world. Literature world is something else, y'all. These people are high as hell 24/7.
Two,
Yes.
because I think they did it because of my personal political views. You follow what I'm saying?
You gotta care about that.
And I was with that bank since I was in my first summer job at
bullshit.
14 years old. It just goes to show white folks don't care nothing about you. You feel me?
You had this same bank account since you were 14. And they just debanked you out of nowhere. And you've been with them since you were 14. Now you 50 something. About a good 40 years you've been with the same bank and they just debank you out of nowhere. They don't even tell you why. And you blaming that on the struggle streamers. We don't even know the name of the damn bank. And we have no power or authority to influence any bank to shut down your account for any reason. They won't even tell us what your balance is. If we're not an account holder and we're not privileged to know bank information from your account, Umar, you dumbass, we cannot have you debanked. What's the routing number for the bank?
So we got debanked. While we're debanked, the city of Wilmington tries to sell
Yeah, we're
school.
gonna get to that. I want to deal with the bank side first because, like you said, you were debanked. Some of the reports came out, and a lot of the content creators were reacting because for the first time in your career, you asked for personal donations.
Yeah, because I was debanked too. In other words, while we was the bank, we couldn't access no money. So my personal account is froze and the school's account is froze. And I didn't know how long they was going to be froze.
Did they give you a reason?
I still don't have a reason.
To this
and guess
day.
what? They said they didn't have to supply one. Yes.
You know he lied like hell.
Wow. So you're debanked, and all of a sudden, I see
And the money froze with no promise of when it's going to be released. They gave me a date, right? And then that date came, and I still ain't got my money. So I'm calling around the lawyers and everything. And the one lawyer, like, it's hard to get.
Oh, you got a lawyer. Hold on. Wait a minute. Why would that be hard to get your money out of an account if you have an available balance, if the bank decides to just cut ties with you? That would be theft, you dumbass. He's insinuating that the bank stole money from him. Y'all hearing this? So why isn't he suing the bank again? Because, according to his Oompa Loompa behind, they just committed theft. If you had an available balance, they're not going to just keep it for no reason. Now, if you overdrafted or you did something fraudulent with it, and turns out you didn't even have the money in your account, or you sitting here playing around with other people's money, they're not going to give you a damn thing. If it's under it's a part of some federal or criminal investigation, no, they're not giving you a dime. So if you out here perpetuating schemes all over the place and scams, and people say you owe them some money, if there is some order from a court or subpoena or something to put a hold and freeze your accounts, you can't do shit about that. And no, they're not going to give you any money. They might be using that to establish a disgorgement or some sort of fair fund to give to other people that say they've been scammed by your dumb ass. Once again, we don't know the name of the bank. I don't. So how the hell do you blame that on a struggle streamer and then turn around and say, oh, the bank said they don't have to give them an explanation? So either they just did it just because, or a struggle streamer found out the name of the bank and reported your ass for fraud, and then somehow an investigation was done, and then they took and froze your accounts. I mean, because what the hell? If they owed you any money, they would have given it to you. You think that he will sit back and just let a bank keep thousands of dollars from him and never give it to him, and he doesn't sue them? It's funny. He wants to try to sue Marianne for alleged $500,000. We all know it's a lie. But let's just look at the hypothetical. But yet he doesn't go and pursue a lawsuit against a bank that's fraudulently and illegally withholding his funds. And they're violating laws when they do that. Make that make sense? He would have a much better case suing a bank for withholding his so-called money than a Marianne Lorient for $500,000. So why isn't he suing the bank? He wants to sue everybody and their mama. This is what people are saying here. Umar sues everybody all the time. Oh, okay. No court documents, but whatever. You're not going to go after a bank and they're stealing your money from you, that's theft. But you're not going to sue them. He would have already filed a lawsuit if this were real. If any of this was true, he would already have sued them. You're accusing a bank of stealing your money. This is so crazy. And he's such an idiot. Y'all. Oh, okay, I wonder why the check was for $68,000. Who knows? Child, boo. Then you want to say the crime racism. Miss Coco said he's so wrapped up in his lies that he doesn't even realize he told on himself. Exactly. Rose B, what's going on? No, he would claim racism from the bank. Is it Dig Able? I don't want to mess your name up. Fam, love y'all. Love you too. Dr. CB, what's going on? All this time, he didn't have a black bank, though. Exactly. He only takes black donations, even though he has no way of knowing who the hell is sending him money either. You all really think he goes and investigates what race and ethnicity you are if you're giving him money? If you hit his Cash App or PayPal, he does not take time to see if you're black or white. So for him to say, I only take money from black community. No, you just want to rob us blind and then expect us not to hold you accountable for it. But how do you know only black people are giving you money? You don't take time to figure out who are these people sending me all this Cash App money. Let me make sure they're all black. Yeah, I'm going to go bank with somebody and it's going to be a black bank. What the hell? Name this black bank. If it's the Bank of Marianne Lorient and Dollar Tree Bank, I'm going to be so mad. Yeah, that sounds like Dollar Tree Bank. What y'all think? I wouldn't be shocked if it was Dollar Tree Bank. It's Dollar Tree Bank.
Get your money back from these banks. I said, what? He said, yeah, them
It
banks.
ain't hard to put it in there.
Yeah, but he was telling me, like, with them banks, you got to be careful. He said he heard of banks who held on to people money for years, bro. You got to be careful with these banks, man. Yeah. He said the rules around finance give them a lot of leeway, bro.
I bet.
They can straight have you.
No,
you
they
can be
can't
a
just steal your
multimillionaire
money.
and be broke as shit messing with these banks, bro.
What?
Yes.
So
How?
you're debanked. Did you receive a letter? Did you go try to access your
What
account?
happened was I think I was sending my cousin like $50. And it said,
Who is this cousin?
zero balance. That's what did it.
So you sending your cousin $50, but you won't let the rest of your relatives see your mother? Because we still have no proof of life that his mother is alive and okay. Neighbors can't say that they've seen her leave the house, put eyes on her. You had one of his nephews going Lennon on the channel, almost pleading to see his grandmother. But you can send your cousin $50, but ignore everyone else that's demanding to see Barbara Shoemaker and have time with her. Because she's got more than one child. This is absolutely absurd. Does that make sense? Who the hell is this cousin taking $50 from Umar? You know, it's funny. He's not the philanthropic type. He doesn't give away money. He's always constantly begging for money. So I'm just going to believe that this cousin is some fictitious person that's also in the literature world and they don't exist.
I called the bank. Why is my thing? Oh, your accounts are not accessible right now. For what? We're currently reviewing them. For what? I don't know. Only central office.
Yeah, they're told not to say nothing. Yeah,
you feel me?
Yeah.
So I was in limbo.
Damn. So
No
and you know
evidence.
what? It's interesting because when that happened, of course, a series of events happened, but I just want to deal with the bank part because do you think when you came out and done that affected your cultural equity at all? When you said
Why?
that because people weaponize that. We're not gonna act
Well,
like
they
people
weaponize everything I do. They weaponize what I eat, what I wear.
Yeah, but this time it led into some of the narratives they've been trying to make. It was
It ain't
bad
bothered
time.
me.
It didn't bother you at all.
And I'm gonna tell you why. Like,
Yeah, damn lie.
in order to understand,
How did it bother him? But yeah, he blamed struggle streamers for having the account shut down. But yet it didn't bother him. So why even make that statement, Umar? You dumb Oompa Loompa. Why even say, oh, the struggle streamers had me shut down? But it didn't bother me. None of this bothers me. You're lying like hell from one statement to another. Here it is, another pathological liar. Marianne, you should be so proud. You're his protege.
Understand me. The one thing people have to understand is I believe I was born to do what I'm doing. And because of that, there's a thin layer of protection around me. You feel me? If you've noticed, I've been through a whole lot these 16 years that I've been global, right?
And yet no school has opened. Funny how he keeps asking for money and faking the funk. Won't barely go in the buildings, but he asks for money, promising that they're going to be open, and they have not been open. And he didn't buy shit. He bought nothing. He's not on the deeds. There's no receipts, no proof that he's paying for these bandos, paying back K-12 management, nothing. No evidence of that whatsoever. He won't even list the salary on the tax documents for FDMG. So how is he making money to have his own bank account? Because it sounds like FDMG and his account were one and the same. He begs for money. He's a professional beggar. He has no other job or talent. He just runs around doing interviews, asking for money. Everything except trying to do renovations. No application, no permits, no nothing on file with the city. You know, because all of that will be available to the public, Umar. But going back to 2019, just in Delaware alone, no bandos have been converted into a school. None. And it will not pass inspection. So he's been ordained to lie like hell and steal money and perpetuate a scheme. Okay. Keep it on up. You know, this can be used in a court of law against you.
I bounce back from everything. You see, and I think it's because them ancestors, man, they're real. You feel me? They're real. And I think that as long as I stay true to my mission, they got me. And I was told that in a divination. Babalabo said, listen, your ancestors are with you. The success of your school is going to be contingent on you remaining loyal and honest to your ancestors. Because remember, he
won't be honest to the donors. You know, the real people giving him money. So why is he asking for human beings to hit his Cash App and PayPal? Umar, why not ask the Ogunigon spirits to give you the money? Y'all, listen, you see how this works? You want to sit here and give credit to the spirits and the Ogunigon and all this stuff? Okay, why don't you ask them for the money? Umar, let's see us. You beg. Let's see you do a live stream and show us how you beg the spirits for the money. Stop asking human beings and mere mortals to give it to you, especially in the Black community. Just ask the spirits. I'm sure one of them will be happy to make sure that a money tree grows in the backyard of the bandos. A money tree can just sprout out of the ground, you know, because the spirits can do anything. You know, the ancestors are in spirits and they can do anything. They're all powerful, right? But none of the spirits and the ancestors can manage to have a money tree grow in the backyard of the FDMG building and somehow be fruitful and multiply with $100 bills. You would think he would just go to the spirits and say, can you all help a brother out here? Because these mere mortals, they're tapping out. I've told them to give me their grit money and weed money and Nike and Jordan money, even though he wears Nikes and Jordans himself because he's a hypocrite. No, they're all tapped out. You know, because I can't really tell where the money's coming from either way. So I can't say it's solely coming from the Black community, but whatever. No, go ask the spirits to give you the money, Umar. I'm sure all the Ogunigoons would not mind making you filthy rich because, you know, wouldn't that be one of the things you ask these ancestral spirits to do? Make you wealthy? He won't ask the spirits, but he's going to keep asking y'all. Yeah, just say, if the ancestors got him, he can just start podcasting on Ancestor too. It's ridiculous. And it's not even to mock this whole Ifatunde religion thing here, but Umar is the epitome of mockery. He just says that because it sounds good, but he's not serious about it. You can't make this up. You won't ask the spirits and the ancestors to give you the money? Aren't they all powerful and all seeing and they can do anything? He hates Christianity though. But no. Ask your ancestors' spirits, no Gunigos and Ephos and stuff. Ask them to do it. Ask them to give you the money, Umar. Stop asking human beings. People have to go to work and earn their money and work hard for it. And you want human beings to give you something, you should be asking the ancestors to do. That way you don't have to worry about us Negroes at all. You can't make this up. Oh, Lord have mercy. I'm just waiting on Marianne to slip up and say coon. And that's going to seal the deal. They definitely working together. Oh, he's going to open the school, family. He's going to do it. He's going to open the school. The F you say? But he won't ask the ancestors to give him the millions of dollars he needs to open these schools. Get the F out of here.
Are our angels, right? And he said the
Ask
success
them
of your
for the
school is largely contingent on the ancestors. They're going to decide when it opens up, right? So because I believe I was born to do what I'm doing, I mean,
never.
Look,
They're never open.
you're going to have a hard time convincing me that I'm related to Frederick Douglass by accident.
What do you mean?
You feel me?
You feel divine, this whole thing.
Come
Yeah,
on, man.
Yeah.
We come, he's a speaker, he's a writer, I'm a speaker, I'm a writer. Before I knew I was, you follow what I'm saying?
Yes.
You could argue that
I'm
our
not following.
family might be the most impactful Black family in American history. Think about it. You got
Still
Frederick
lying
Douglass.
about this.
You got his two sons, Lewis and Charles, one of which was the sergeant major of the 54th. Make sure you go to AMC and watch Glory. It's out. You feel
Okay,
me?
yeah, bet. Let's check that out as a family.
Yes. My grandfather, George, first
This
Black public school
dumbass
teacher,
podcast
getting
to
Civil
believe
War
this.
veteran, founder of Bethel AME. His father, my grandpop, Stephen, I come through their loins. You see, it's the cousin of Frederick Douglass and half brother.
Oh my
And then you
God.
got me with what I've done in the 21st century.
Yeah.
I don't think there's another family in Black history that got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 men who put in the work we put in. You got Malcolm. Malcolm's grandson did a little activism. I was supposed to meet him before he
lying
passed.
about that?
Malcolm's father was a president for Garvey. He was a Garvey leader. I believe his grandfather did some work, right? But that ain't 6. And then you got the Malcolm girls, right?
Yep.
You got Dr. King brother, Dr. King father, Dr. King right? So Malcolm, they got a pretty strong
can't make
lineage.
this up.
King got a pretty strong lineage. You got a few more. Booker T. Washington got a nice little lineage.
So,
but I don't
real-
think nobody, even with them, I don't think nobody messing with the Bailey dynasty. We got them.
But even for this generation, you carrying the flag so
This
high.
is crazy.
Yes.
Like with the King family, and it's like it. We know y'all there, and we love y'all,
Right.
support
But you
y'all.
ain't front and center.
You ain't front and center. You're just not on the marquee.
Me and Frederick Douglass is enough. Take us two. Who got two like that? You feel
And
me?
so that's what I want to speak about, right? Because what you have been doing over the last 16 years, and you end up being debanked.
Man, he didn't even push back.
Does
on
that
it.
worry you? Do you like?
I was bothered because I've been with the bank.
He is not related to Frederick Douglass. Why does he keep lying about that? Umar, you're an idiot. They're going to sue the crap out of you. You can't make this up. I
You're
gotta
just
pull
not
up
on
this
the
video
marquee.
Me
right
and Frederick
quick.
Douglass is enough.
Oh my God. Okay. So here's a video.
Frederick Douglass.
Umar Johnson's claims debunked. This is on Bakoshi. They just did this 6 months ago. He keeps lying about this. They're gonna sue him, and they could get him on malicious intent because he is completely showing a reckless disregard of the truth. Don't you think if they wanted to claim his ass, they would do a DNA test? They could do a genetic tracing. And then take his ass to court and say, look, Your Honor, here's proof and evidence. This idiot is not related to us at all. He does not share our ancestral DNA at all. He's not a descendant of Frederick Douglass, Marcus Garvey. No. And no matter how much information we put out to debunk it, to the extent where they're getting DNA tested, he still keeps lying about it. So that's malicious slander. Malicious intent is you're doing this even when the truth has been presented to you and there is concrete evidence to prove your dumbass wrong, and you're just ignoring it, and he keeps doubling down on this dumb lie. They need to sue his ass for this. He's only weaponizing that to try to make himself seem more important than he really is, because he's an idiot.
Yes, sir. An ancestor of mine.
So when you say ancestor, what does that mean?
Let me break it down.
Because again, some have said you tried to claim that you are a descendant of Frederick Douglass.
Okay, so let's deal with that.
So hold on one second. Here's a statement from the family. Let me go ahead and read this, please. The family of Frederick Douglass has received numerous inquiries about Umar Johnson questioning his relationship to Frederick Douglass. There have also been questions about his legitimacy of his PhD and the handling of the donations he's received for his school that he is promoting. We can tell you with 100% certainty that he is not a descendant of Frederick Douglass. With that being said, Mr. Johnson is very careful not to bill himself as a descendant, but he doesn't correct people when they refer to him in this way. He calls him.
Exactly. Because we just heard the podcast and just kind of gloss over that. They can prove with DNA he's not a direct descendant. Umar, you are not a direct descendant, you dumbass. And they need to sue him. That's defamatory. Why are you lying on these people? He said we can tell you with 100% certainty. Does anybody have a way to contact one of the descendants? I want to do an interview with him. He can come on camera and say everything he needs to say. Exactly, Alex. He uses the name Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey to solicit money. You can't make this up. He is not related. And all they got to do is take his ass to court. Hey, Black Anonymous, how you doing? Even Roland Martin didn't buy his BS. Y'all, even Roland Martin. And Roland Martin will sit here and platform Tiffany Higgins. Can you believe it? Oh, my God. Oh, my good Lord. I met Roland Martin. We talked about it. Y'all, we'll say he uses their brands for personal benefit. Exactly. He's making money on this lie. It's the defamation for me. And he's doubling down even after they come forward and they have debunked him with evidence to say, stop saying that you're related to us. You are not. This video with Roland Martin is what, from 2016? What was this? It's been over 10 years and he's still making the same claim. This is from the family, y'all. Oh my God. They need to sue his ass. Now he's stepped into the territory of malicious slander because he's showing a complete disregard of the truth at all. You can't force yourself upon somebody. Why is he not proud of his own roots? I thought you'd be proud of your own roots and your own ancestry, Umar. Whether you are related to Frederick Douglass or not should not have any bearing on you opening up a school. You have people who came out the hood and they have no important person in their life or ancestry, and they still did it. Look at LeBron James. LeBron James is not walking around here talking about, I'm related to Frederick Douglass and Martin Luther King and Rosa Parks and Malcolm X. You know, all of them. I'm also related to George Washington Carver. Like, he's not walking around here saying that. That didn't stop him from opening up several schools. You can't make this shit up. What is wrong with him? That Umar is ridiculous. Retarded.
The family of Frederick Douglass has received numerous inquiries about Umar Johnson, questioning his relationship to Frederick Douglass.
God.
There have also been questions about his legitimacy of his PhD and the handling of the donations he's received for his school that he is promoting. We can tell you with 100% certainty that he is not a descendant of Frederick Douglass. With that being said, Mr. Johnson is very careful not to bill himself as a descendant, but he doesn't correct people when they refer to him in this way. He calls himself a blood relative, which is a nebulous reference designed to make people think he is a descendant. We have researched his explanation of being a blood relative to the great abolitionist. Some of the information he provides is accurate, but an extremely important piece of his explanation with regards to a documented relative of Frederick Douglass is false. The information he recites correctly is from the public record, so his knowledge of our family ancestry is far from definitive proof.
Two things there. One,
Oh, he tried to defend that. Umar, you're an idiot. You're such an idiot. Terrence Bailey. Anyone have a way to get in contact with him? I would love to interview him now. I just want him to be able to have the opportunity to come on and debunk Umar face to face on camera and provide whatever evidence and receipts he needs to provide to prove that they are not blood related at all, and put him in his place. You keep on making this defamatory statement and lying like hell on our family, we will sue the crap out of you, and we will get you on malicious intent because you keep ignoring the facts and the evidence, and you're trying to enforce yourself upon us. You're not related to us. You're not a descendant. Kick rocks. Like, what the hell? He's gonna keep doing it, so they sue his ass for it. Then they're gonna make him listen, Yana. We're gonna request that he be forced to take a DNA test because he keeps claiming that he's blood related. What better way to debunk his ass than to have a judge order him to be DNA tested? And then those results are read in the court in a lawsuit on record. I'm sure many descendants of Frederick Douglass will be more than happy to give up any DNA sample necessary to do DNA testing to see what the hell is running through his veins. It's like Umar can't even be proud of his own family, and yet he won't show any proof of life with his mother. He won't let her see her other children or grandchildren or siblings, her family. And he's out here weaponizing this lie they have debunked for the last 10 years to make money from it and to make himself feel and seem more important than he really is. Umar, you are the cockroach of society. No one cares about what you want or how you feel. But you keep lying on this, and it's ridiculous. And I hope they soothe you into oblivion. You can't make this stuff up, man. This is crazy. He ought to be so embarrassed. Umar, you a moron. Such a moron. Oh my God. And the podcaster, what does he say about this? Nothing. Not a damn thing.
I don't think nobody messing with the Bailey dynasty. We got him. We got him.
But even for this generation, you carrying the flag so high.
Yes.
Like with the King family. And it's like, we know y'all there and we love y'all, support
but
y'all.
You ain't front and center.
You ain't front and center. You just not on the marquee.
Me and Frederick Douglass is enough. Take us two. Who got two like that? You feel me?
And so that's what I want to speak about, right? Because what you have been doing over the last 16 years, and you end up being debanked. Does that worry you? Do you like?
I was bothered because I've been with the bank since I was 14, so it was kind of sentimental. I got my first summer job, got my working papers with them. I'm like, damn, y'all just
working papers.
But it was a good wake-up call because I already knew white supremacy. But when you go through it,
you're on a different level of war now, though. That's what I would.
Oh, so the podcast is just not going to demand any evidence out of this fool? You just going to let him lie like hell on your platform? Now I'm glad I didn't hit the thumbs up button. This is some absolute trash. What is wrong with this podcaster? It's like these people, you got these grown ass men that are scared to challenge him. They have no spine. A whole community that's scared to sue him. And hopefully the descendants, this Terrence Bailey, they take his ass to court. Stop forcing yourself on us and our descendant. You're not related to us, you buffoon. Be proud of your own family and your own ancestry. You kidding me?
I'm wondering, do you feel that when you, because you know, me and Charlemagne are real tight. He had got in a scenario before where some of the shit he was saying on Breakfast Club, they started to remove the insurance of his family and his, yeah, they started to do certain shit when he first got into politics. People don't know this, but they literally started to target Charlemagne in a way where it's like, shut the fuck up about that. Right. I'm asking you, when you are debanked out of thin.
What evidence has he produced to show that somebody was debanked because of their politics? Banks don't care about your politics. They don't care at all. They do business with your money. This is madness. And this guy thought having him on his platform was a good idea. Oh my God. He didn't even challenge him on this ancestral thing. It's like he didn't look up any article or video to show that the relatives of Frederick Douglass have already come out and debunked Umar's dumbass and said that he is not related to them. And he needs to stop weaponizing their family lineage to make money. Because he still can't open a school because he's incompetent.
Does that worry you? Do you understand the level of fight you're really in?
I understand my level of fight. It doesn't really worry me because I've seen it all before with the ancestors. You know what I mean? Like,
what?
Sooner or later, it has to come to this.
And LeBron James and Jalen Rose were able to open schools up with no problem at all. Because they surrounded themselves by competent people who were able to help them, you know, open up a school. When Jamar tried to get him some help, because Jamar had a wife, somebody that has a father, uncle, somebody that opened schools up as well, he went off on Jamar's show. So when people have tried to reach out to Umar to help him with this, you know, the man with the desk that said, listen, just pay for my gas and mileage. Not even the whole thing, just 50% of it. I have a bunch of free desks you can use for the classrooms. And then he blocks this guy who was trying to offer him something to help with the school. Nope. He's not trying to open a school. But, you know, you listen to Marianne Lawrence, she's going to tell you otherwise.
You know what I mean? I just didn't expect it then. You know what I mean? It was off guard because I was on my way to South Africa at the time. So I'm like, damn, I'm not going to have no money in South Africa. So, you know what I mean? And I love South Africa, you know what I mean? So I was broke in South Africa, but everything worked out though.
Do you think your rhetoric and what you've done over the last 16 years, do you get away dead free with that? Do you think white supremacy allows Dr. Umar Johnson?
No, they're watching.
So what I'm saying is,
and they
yeah, somehow he's been watched because white supremacy, and he couldn't, you know, figure out why he didn't have bank accounts and they were frozen. He got the bank, they never thought out. Somehow he was able to open 2 more accounts with a black bank, and he's just gonna keep bankrolling people into whatever. Oh, but they're watching me. Yet he can't produce one receipt or invoice that he's paying a vendor anything at all, or even show proof that he has filed an application for an inspection or permit to have anything done on 2 bandos that he has not bought. No receipt to prove that he bought them, that he is paying towards them. Until I see the evidence, until you do right by me. Umar, you're such an idiot.
Do what they do. You feel me? They watching, they sabotaging, they do what they do.
The debanking.
I'm gonna go to Nat Turner.
Oh, the debanking.
The Confessions of Nat Turner. I'm born August 21st, the day the Nat Turner War, Haitian Revolution, George Jackson. Nat Turner said that when the spirit appeared to him, he said, this mission, whether it comes rough or whether it comes smooth, you have to bear it. It also said to him,
thou shalt not lie. I mean, why is he not able to uphold that? Y'all, you can't make this up. I didn't even want to, I'm not going to watch this whole thing. I just wanted to just go over the part where he's talking about this debanking and these accounts and all this other stuff. Lying about it, of course. He's still lying about his relation to Frederick Douglass. There is none. Does he go back over the debanking thing? You can't make this up. Why is he yelling?
With you. But what I'm saying is, I don't think that 100% of your supporters or 100%.
I disagree.
I think some of them are because
you may have to redefine supported in, because maybe you're talking about about somebody who might have gave $10 once 10 years ago. But supported for me is somebody who supports.
So if you only gave him $10 once 10 years ago, he does not care about you. The end. That could have been the last $10 you had to spare. Umar does not give two craps. Because he believes that you should be giving him all your money and not paying your bills or taking care of your families or buying groceries or anything. Yep. He wants all of you in whatever community to be broke as hell, forego paying rent and mortgage, and just give it to him every month. And he's still going to ignore you when you demand evidence and accountability, because he's already said, if you ask me for proof and evidence, you're not my real supporter. Because he's an idiot. And yet you got people who don't want to sue him, and he's okay with suing everyone else. Get out of here.
Black scholar in the world, bar none. Most popular Pan-Africanist in the world, bar none. The number one black conscious personality in this country, bar none. Most credentialed, most popular, most loved, most hated, most everything. So people get to hear me regularly. So the updates are, you can probably go to a Dr. Umar supporter, a true one, and say, give me the timeline of the school. They could probably tell you, this happened, this happened, this happened, this happened, the plumbing, the HVAC.
You know what? I rock with you. But what I'm saying is, I don't think that 100% of your supporters or 100%.
I disagree.
I think some of them are
because you have to redefine supported in, because maybe you're talking about somebody who might have gave $10 once 10 years ago. But supporter for me is somebody who supports and consistently donates. They don't have issues, because you got to remember, I got personal relationships with all my supporters. I know them.
Oh, but you see, here's the thing though. Show them evidence that you're spending their money towards anything regarding renovations. We can go on the city's website to pull permits, Umar, you dumbass. He's such a moron. And yeah, he claims to be an intellectual. He's got to have the IQ of 2. I mean, literally. And that's only because he can say some English words. All of this is such a ruse. It's pathetic. No, if you've given him money once, yeah, who cares? But if you give it every month, all the time for 10 plus years, yeah, those are my real support. No, we're not redefining the term. Based on dictionary.com, a support is someone who supports. It's that simple. It doesn't say it have to be consistently every month. This is absolutely mind-numbing. It's mind-numbing. I feel like I'm losing brain cells.
So if you come to me and say your supporters got issues, I'm going to ask you for a name. Remember, we recorded every donation. We know everybody.
No,
so
he doesn't.
And this is how I get the haters. No, they say, yeah, I donated. What's my first question? I need your name. How did you donate? Cash App? Check. When was your last donation? Because we got it recorded. Let me look you up. And then I look them up. You don't even exist.
And you know what? Another thing I want to speak to while I have.
And then when people talk about how long, right?
Never mind that person could show evidence that they have given him money. Because Cash App is not one way when it comes to documenting a transaction. If you give somebody a Cash App, the person sending the money gets a transaction. You can see all the information related to it. And the recipient also gets information related to that transaction. He speaks as if someone who has given him money will never be able to pull it up in their Cash App and show as proof, because they should be suing the crap out of him and not sitting here talking to him. This was just 2 days ago, people. This interview was just 2 days ago. And he's still talking out the side of his neck. And you let Marianne Lorient tell it. You got 39 other people in this conscious community that believe they can just sit, talk to him, and then get exactly what they want, while he still does not tell the rest of the public that is interested in knowing how he's spending money. Why is that information not being shared then? Why are they not posting up transactions to show proof? We've given this idiot money. Here proof that we asked him to give us evidence on how it's spent. And here's his response where he told us to kick rocks. Make that available to the public. Stop being scared of his ass. This literally was on this video, whole video. It was premiered 12 hours ago. You can't make this up. 12 hours ago, people.
That's an opinion loom. Remember, the school we building ain't never been built in this country before.
This is crazy.
This is the first school in American history, independent, African-centered school, financed with donations from African people on every single continent in the world. Never been done. Too long, according to your government-sponsored charter school. That's government money. You can't compare this to this. Your home.
But you get a waiver from a local government entity or even state government entity, I think, so that you don't have to pay vacant property registration fees. He demands that they do the documents at the city's office so that he can get a waiver on fees every year. And what do you think that waiver is funded by? That's tax dollars. So you go into a government sector to ask them for a waiver, and for what? No, pay the damn fees. Why expect a waiver? It's no different than putting money in your hand. It's less money, allegedly, you would have to have paid out towards any fees or taxes. That waiver only comes by way of tax dollars. So stop asking for the waiver, you moron.
School, that's your basement. That ain't no institution. I saw a hater the other day, some hating out of New York, talking about how
He always talking
his
about
homies built two schools or something. Where? In a home, storefront, basement? This is real buildings here. This is a real school. Teacher's lounge,
No, it's
gym,
not.
cafeteria. You comparing an institution to a home school? And now everybody got this new
It's
school
not a
thing
real
going
school.
on, right? So-and-so opened a school. You know what their definition of school is? A room with some books and pencils.
Right.
Okay, so now school is anything. So why y'all see how he lied from one part of the statement to the other? You can't homeschool, but yet he gives the definition of a school by being a room with books and pencils, but not a homeschool though. You know, because reasons. Look how dumb he lies.
Basement? This is real buildings here. This is a real school. Teacher's lounge, gym,
not
cafeteria. You comparing an institution to a home school? And now everybody got this new school thing going on, right? So-and-so opened a school. You know what their definition of school is? A room with some books and pencils.
Right.
A room with, it's like church, right? I got a church.
But see, he got black mold and bandos that he can't prove that he bought or owned. And he thinks that kids should go up in those bandos with all that damn black mold. And he lies and tells people that he built it. He didn't build anything. These buildings were already up and infested with black mold when K-12 management bought them. But he has no proof to show that he's paying any money towards K-12. No receipts. No one's going to tell me, oh, he's making payments on something. Show me the receipts on that. Show me a contract where he's obligated to make payments to K-12 for these two bandos. I want to see the evidence. This is some bullshit.
And there you go. The church is in your living room.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Right.
There's church and then there's church.
Right.
There's schools and
my
then there's
God.
schools. We have a school.
There's schools and then there's
Let me
schools.
ask you this. Do you think with everything that's being said, and also why you want to clarify something, because I do see one of your detractors. And again, I understand how this works, man. A lot of people, they're form a confederacy.
Yeah, and they're going to come up off your name too.
Yeah, because they make money from the YouTube thing, right? And so you
I'm
got
feeding like 20 families on the internet, bro.
Right. But I do want to clarify something, because when they bring your donation.
Yeah, he's sitting here platforming Umar so that he can make money on this video. That's on YouTube as well. It's the hypocrisy for me. This podcast is a moron. It's up there podcast. You're an idiot. And you're hypocritical. Why is this video monetized on YouTube? If you want to sit here and talk about somebody making money. Isn't that what the content is for? For YouTube to say, hey, we're going to put some ads in it, and then we will pay you if you let us run ads in your video. The hell is wrong with this clown?
amount in question online.
They don't know the donation.
I get that. And I see this from a lot of them, and I want to clarify that because they use my platform. They use one of our conversations, and so I want to clarify for the record, if there's an investigation going on or whatever's going on, I want to clarify this. A lot of people are saying that at a certain point, you said that you had not took in $1 million.
We've never had $1 million at one time.
No. Right. But that's not what all I'm saying is this. They got the dates wrong. So they're using a date of an upload date on YouTube.
Got the dates wrong.
And it was uploaded for the second or third time at that point.
Okay.
So the
numbers I heard is preposterous. The date I've heard 3 million. We've never.
What evidence does he have to show the dates are wrong? What is he talking about? Be highly opinionated says to any institution at which instruction is given to a particular discipline. He said we got the dates wrong or what? And this clown is not showing any evidence to prove any of this. Y'all, this is, oh my God. This podcaster is the worst. He's talking about Lennon. He spent that money so quick. He doesn't even know how much he's made. He can't give the exact amount, but he claims that he's got a record of every transaction, remember, and that he keeps a record that he refuses to disclose to the public. You know, because FDMG is supposed to be a 501c3 nonprofit organization. He's calling it an institution. It's a 501c3. You just don't want to pay taxes, you thunkhead. But this podcast presents zero evidence to show how dates are wrong. None.
I hit 3, bro. I've heard 5. I've heard 8. I've heard 10. If we had that money, both schools would be done. What are we talking about? If I got that, bro, we already open and running, bro.
Yeah.
You know,
do you see why, with everything you're going through, getting the school up and running, do you see why people go to charter school, right?
Oh, for sure. It's easy. It's government money, but they control you, though. Remember, the school we own was a charter school. They took their charter.
Yeah,
they accused them of financial mismanagement and shut them down. I'm not giving a white man that power over me. They can still shut you down for some other fake stuff, right? Right. But it ain't gonna because I need some money.
Right.
We did this with. Think about this though.
That's why I was gonna ask you.
Black money, self-determination.
Something he can't determine. He does not know who's donating money to him. He has no way to verify your ethnicity or race. You can set up a fake Cash App profile and put up anybody's picture and send him money, and he will not see and verify if you're black or white or Asian or Hispanic or anything. He doesn't care. He doesn't go back and let me see if this person is. He just sent me $50. Let's see what their race is. If they have an account and they just using a random profile pic, you won't know who they are. And yet this idiot says that he has a record of every single person that's ever donated. Never mind, that person could have receipts to show proof that they actually have, while he's out here lying saying you're not on the list. Nope, I got Cash Apps and PayPal receipts showing I gave you money, clown. So, you know, Umar, why don't you take these people to court so we can get that discovery? Since you claim to have a record of everything all of a sudden. Funny how Marianne Lorient didn't say that when she was talking about these charts and graphs and how colorful they are. No receipts, no records, no nothing. Good grief. How much more worse are they going to lie?
That's dope. That's why I want to know, how important is that victory lap going to be for you?
It's important.
It's never going to open.
People heard me say what we need to do. It's something else to see you do it.
Yeah.
Because if you look at anybody else in a conscious community, and I say this humbly and with respect to them all, because they still members of the African race, whether they identify with it or not, none of them are building a relevant institution. You cannot.
All of us are not meant to build schools, Umar. You're an idiot. Y'all, you're an idiot. He's an idiot. All right, y'all, let's get some comments in. I think I've had my fill. I'm tapped out with him. Boy, this interview is hard, man. It's hard to listen to, y'all. I really just only wanted to play it for the portion where he spoke about the banks. Because once again, the question comes down to, how did you give $68,600 to someone and your accounts were frozen? You had no money. Oh, poor me, I can't go to Africa, and I love Africa. But never mind, paying rent or mortgage somewhere, for a place to live and all. Never mind that crap. But he couldn't go to Africa. So how did he manage to give up $68,600 to Marianne Lorient? And his accounts were frozen, and you let him tell it to this very day. He has no idea why. And they've never given him the remaining balance, because he's accusing the bank of just theft. They stole it. That's it. For no other reason. Yeah, you can't make this up. Umar, you're an idiot. I want to read some more supers right quick, and then we're going to close out on this video. I want to see what comedy and consciousness. Comedy and consciousness. I saw he got Lennon, Marianne, and Umar in the thumbnail, and I was like, "Oh my god, I gotta see this." I wanted to see it, so let's get the supers in right quick and some other comments. I appreciate you all for hanging out with us, hanging out with me here in the LLC. Hope you all learned something. 255 people watching. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button. I appreciate it. Oh man, Alice, thank you for the 199 super. This is the most smug man ever. Watch it. Listen, I took in all I could get in. At least the part that I wanted to highlight about those bank accounts being frozen. We made it through that, thank God. Umar should be asking the ancestral spirits to give him all the money he needs to open up. Stop expecting mere mortals to do it. People have bills to pay. Stop leeching off of communities, because he has no idea if you're black or white. He doesn't care. Money has no color, okay? It's green. Shout out to you. Thank you, Ginger Spice, for the $20 super. Queen of YouTube. I love the way you keep your boot on the ground and help promote other content creators from your headquarters. Thank you so much, Ginger. Oh, you guys are funny. Oh, y'all funny as hell. I appreciate it. Oh, you gotta laugh, man. You gotta laugh through some of this stuff. Roast Beef said, real question. What real teaching professional and others needed to run a complete school? Man, he needs teachers that can at least teach the main subjects. He needs a nurse. He needs counselors. He's going to need somebody in finance, someone in HR, groundskeeping and facilities. He's going to need people who can make sure that nutrition plans are in place. Because you're talking about a cafeteria. Who's going to be driving a bus? God knows. But transportation is important. Safety. And then, of course, the extracurriculars. Are you going to have aftercare, before care? What is your plan on maintaining, inspections and getting permits to ensure that, repairs are being done? He can't even prove that the building itself is stable and solid. It will not pass inspection. It will never open. And I don't know why the city has not taken over these bandos by now and say, you know what? We're just going to tear them down and turn them into parking lots. You're doing nothing with this. It's been an eyesore for 7 years, and you're using these buildings to grift off of people. And you think that it's only coming from black people, by the way, but have no way to prove that. No way to prove all his donors and sponsors are black. No way to prove it. Won't produce one shred of evidence, y'all. You can't make this up. Hey, THC, how you doing? Lenore's a millionaire just following Umar as well. Mal is trying to say, what have you done for the community? Was it, wait, what? It's trying to say, what have you done for the child? Miles said Umar is still her brother. Oh, she says that about Polite. And he's in prison. Having, essayed his stepdaughter. You can't make this up. Who was underage. Disgusting. But she calls Polite her brother. That boot. Mal is just bitter. She can't get Lennon's following or money. She isn't likable at all. And she lies. Mr. Judge, just thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate all of you all. Make sure you guys check out all these fantastic content creators out here. Be highly opinionated said his beard has the mange. Y'all, his colonies growing in that beard. He's trying not to disrupt the colonies growing in there. Got all kinds of lice and ringworms. Oh, man. All the venereal diseases is trapped in Umar's beard. Yeah, you go exploring through that beard, you're going to find syphilis and chlamydia at some point. Got a hint of gonorrhea at the top. You can't make this up. Yeah, I'm telling you, all the venereal diseases live in Umar's beard. He's such a loser. Y'all. Good job, Umar. You're an idiot. I feel terrible that people know it's a stepdaughter, no privacy for her. That's so heartbreaking. Yeah. I mean, statistically, it can't just be black donors. Exactly. He will have no way to prove that. He's not running tests on these people to see if they're black or white. We create fake profiles right now for Cash App. He has no way of knowing what your ethnicity or race is if you donate money to him via Cash App or PayPal. Even if you just mail a cashier's check, he doesn't know who you are. You can put down anything. He's such a clown. Who is an idiot? Oh, thank you so much. Y'all hit that like button. I appreciate you all. And what I'll do is we'll do a members only live. And since you guys are requesting, we go over Lene's live stream, something. Make sure you guys become a member. Become a member so you can check out that live. And thank you for the support of the channel. I want to just thank all of you for holding it down here. Shout out to my mods, all the members, supporters. Y'all, we're going to end it on this video from Comedy and Consciousness. I think we all need a good laugh at this point. And he does a great job in his videos as well. So let's get to this. I haven't seen it yet, so I've been waiting. This is the Lennon Honor Mary Ann Crash Up featuring Dr. Umar.
No comedy and consciousness. No cat.
Greetings, everyone. Anti-Afros Bengalis! I'm coming at you guys to give you a recent update on the latest bullish behavior of Lennon Honor.
My name is Lennon Honor, and I'm here to address the issue.
I was blindsided. Then there's another YouTube channel who said that, oh, she's lying this, she's lying that, and I brought an issue. No, Miss Honor, I'm a person of integrity, I'm transparent, so here, they want to know?
Good morning, world.
All of y'all, call that detective, backtrack that shit, they're coming for Umar. I swear to God, and that's the last thing I do.
Where's the paperwork at?
Yo!
Oh my God! It's a chipmunk voice.
Are you gonna show the flash of the check or you not?
Yeah, that's what I want to ask you. Is it okay to show it? So here's the back of the check. I'll show that. Yeah, is it okay for me to show the front?
You can show the front, but you only need to linger. You can show it and take it off because you know some of these Negroes.
Where's the paperwork?
He know what he do. He's working.
Mary Ann Lorient alleged that a settlement check was issued to her.
You guys think I'm crazy? This man tried to take my house. If he was successful, me and my kids would be out in the street.
Where's the paperwork?
There's so much more I could have said, but I'm still playing chess.
Some of y'all motherfuckers stupid as fuck, and a lot of y'all cats over 30, over 35. Stop being stupid, dumbasses.
And then I've been doing a little bit of research leading up to now. But let me give you guys an update on what's going on. And to be honest with you, I don't know what's going on.
This is surviving out here based off the safety of cameras.
This is my official statement as of right now. That's not a real check.
This nigga need to tell lollipop on him. He's a sucker.
It says at the bottom of the check, disclaimer. This is not a real check.
Nah, ain't no way, man.
Why would she, referring to Mary Ann Lorient, lie about that? And I thought about it. I said, it didn't make any sense because to me, it didn't calculate. And I said, what do they mean by at the bottom of the check, there's a disclaimer?
This guy right here was a clown.
So what I did was I went to go take a look at that check.
He was a clown.
I didn't take the time to look at it or review it or anything like that.
She was raging. My approach to all that was strategic.
This motherfucking smoke snitch is trying to save his ass. I repeat, this nigga out here spilling beans, snitching on everybody.
I've been dealing with sick boards for a while now. Before I started that live, I already knew.
When I turn off YouTube, I'm living life. I have book on the ground. And I jumped on Mr. Honor's live. Yes, I apologized before leaving that live. My behavior was unacceptable. But family, Mr. Honor and I have a rapport.
Moving forward, I will not have any other guests on my platform unless they have conclusive proof
Okay, I haven't doctored anything or tried to manipulate people into thinking one way or the other. I don't do that. Okay, I present the receipts. I've always been fair.
Man, some of y'all sound crazy on this internet. Look, come here.
What kind of man?
You reporting on that ain't true, cuz? You know what I mean? You niggas ain't doing your homework and you just reporting and you jeopardizing lives. All right. Y'all want to play with lives. Y'all want to play with a life. Okay. All right.
Let me tell you something, brother. You crushed her. She ain't been able to shake back since.
We have to wait and see. Give her the benefit of the doubt. I think that's fair. Sharif says we all knew Umar didn't have no damn.
She got her own business just like you, and she's a female, and you crushed her, gang. Like, you tore her apart, brother. I ain't too far from you. I'm just not with a loud mouth. You can come see me. But, brother, you fucked her. You fucked her, brother. You did. And let's just be fair. You fucked her. Give her a band or something back, baby. Damn, she got 2 kids. Like, you fucked her, baby. You fucked her. And it is what it is. It happens. We make mistakes. You just got...
I thought Marianne said she had 3 kids. Y'all, it's a chipmunk voice for me. Hey, Tavares. I thought she said she had 3 kids, not 2. I'm at the headquarters. Come get that check. Oh, dear Lord. I keep using that F-bomb right there.
There's a lot of Leninites out there. And if you're living in reality, you've been in this sector, at least as long as I have since 2020, you realize that Lenore is capped. It's certain stuff that Lenore claims he's never said that he used to always say about Umar. He used to always try to frame and narrate certain things to make him seem a certain way to the audience. I was clear that they were joining forces to have a mutually beneficial relationship. The problem with Lenore Honor is he wants it to be his show. He wants to be the center of attention.
Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey Academy, first school in American history.
What is up with them wanting to mispronounce this man's name? Oh my God. 3 kids, not 2. She got 3? So who are you talking about with 2 kids? Y'all, it's the yelling in the chipmunk voice for me. You can't make this up. Hold on, I'm gonna go through this. Oh God. Hey God, man, don't I'm with some jokes. Even on a good day. Lenore, Leopard, Leonidas. Oh my good grief. Linda, he catching it, man. He is catching it, y'all. Hold on a second. Y'all might want to check out this video. I just like the parts where you got Marianne yelling. Sounded like a chipmunk. I'll drop the link to the video in the chat. And you guys can watch it from there. I enjoy the parts where, you can yelling and screaming. Oh, the chipmunk is loose, y'all. I appreciate all of y'all. That's it. We're good. Chipmunk voice. If it's his channel, it's his show, right? I know, right? You can't, man, look here. You can't get mad. You can't get mad. He want his show his way. You got some content creators, they don't like platforming people. They don't even like, I've seen some content creators that don't even like you name dropping other content creators in the chat. I'm serious. I don't want to put this content creator's name out there. This person has at least 3 channels. And they will say in every single last one of them, do not name drop other content creators in my chat. They get mad. And they get thousands of, people in the live stream when they go live. And they can't stand that. You got those that just, feel like, oh, I'm not going to sit here and prop up another check because they see it as competition. It's like, no. Even with reporting on Umar, there's some who've been doing it for a while and some who coming into it. Don't sit here and disparage the ones and kick the ones in the butt that just started reporting on them, because you might have the extensive knowledge of what's been going on since 2020. Share it with others. Because you might get someone to come in and they only doing it for 6 months, but then they have a lot of influence. You never know who people know. They might have some ideas or be able to get things that you might not be able to get, such as his dissertation. I'll pat myself on the back for that. You know, who knew? Jay Witt and I spoke about, and we were just talking about Umar, and the whole dissertation thing came up, and he was talking about how you've had other content creators look into Umar's education, trying to get the dissertation. And I said, why? He and I were talking on the phone. I said, why is it that no one's been able to pull the dissertation? That's public information. Wouldn't it be on file with the school? And so I said, we can get the dissertation. I don't think that would be a hard thing to get. They would have to explain to us why they can't release it. Why would everyone else's dissertations be available to the public except his? What court ordered his dissertation to be kept confidential and private? I haven't seen anything from any court of law saying you cannot release this. And so I reached out, emailed the advisors. I think he had emailed the librarian, and the librarian responded. But he and I was sitting down, we were just talking about it. He had been talking about Umar a lot longer than I have. Jay Witt. And I just say, I'll get it. I'll request it. I mean, that's not something that's a kept secret. And I even posted up the email that I sent to the 3 advisors that approved that dumbass dissertation of Umar. And he emailed the librarian, and the librarian responded first and sent him a copy. And he reached out to me and said, did you ever hear back from the advisor? I said, no. And it was like at least 2 or 3 days later. And I sent that email and posted it up on my community tab. So you guys can check that out. It was on a Sunday last year. And I sent the email out and posted it up so you all can see that I reached out to the school to get a copy of the dissertation. That is not private information. He emailed the librarian. The librarian sent him a copy of it. And Jay went, and that's when Jay went on Lennon Honors podcast and he talked about it. But you got people out here coming in and they coming in with ideas that can be able to access certain information. I said, I don't know why anybody hasn't been able to get it, but I can. We'll email them and we'll get it. We'll get it. I'll get it. So now we know exactly who to email. If he want to sit here and say he got 6 degrees, we will email all the librarians of all these damn schools and get them damn dissertations. Keep on, Umar. You never know how people can get information. Don't kick and knock the people. Just share the information. Share the wisdom and knowledge. Do I believe in harboring information? No, I don't. If it's something that should be available to the public, you're not the owner of it. Either way, share it. And who knows? There could be fresh ideas thrown into the pot to be able to hold him accountable. Whether anyone was trying to get the dissertation previously, I have no idea. But I know damn well that that dissertation should have already been released to the public a long time ago. Umar is not special. And the librarian sent it, of all people. There you go. So, it is what it is. Umar is not, he's not above reproach. And he still sounds like an idiot in that dissertation. It speaks to his intelligence level. You can't make this up. So, ask Jay Witt about it, and he'll tell you, yeah, Lady Luck Club did come up, she did say, let's email the school and get it. Definitely my idea. You never know who may have fresh ideas to be able to get information on Umar that the public has the right to know. Just like with this Ombudsman, whatever. I've been saying that word all day. Why do we not know who that person is? If FDMG has the ability to appoint an ombudsman, we should know who that person is and be able to see some information related to their so-called investigation for whatever class action, whatever they think they settled and mediated. Everything related to that is not confidential. And they have laws in place that can help you understand what type of information you can request from them. But who that ombudsman is not private and confidential. We should know who was appointed to do this. If it is real. Otherwise, we have no evidence to even prove that happened. And Marianne Lorient lying about being sued and served. Come on now. If you went through a mediation or arbitration, there's certain information that can be released to show proof of that. But she won't show anything. So, once again, we're going to bring forth receipts. I don't care who's claiming what. Do not ask me to just trust you. Nope. Provide the documentation. And we go from there. So, shout out to all of you all. Thank y'all so much. Hit that like button. Yeah, we got another live to get to. And laugh at Candace. I appreciate all of you all. I will be back tomorrow. Because there are a couple videos I want to show the beginnings. So we can all see how horrible Umar is, lied about these schools. And shout out to Uncle Bo TV. We're going to check out his video he did. I think he did a throwback as well. I've seen the throwback. Umar in the building. Trying to go over whatever curriculum or some dumb shit he did. I saw a few minutes of it and I laughed. I said, yeah, I got to go over this. So thank y'all so much. Hit the like button on the way out. Leave me your thoughts and comments below. And let me know if you want me to go over this live stream. Somebody email me the live stream from Lene's channel. I'll do that as a members only. Because I need to know exactly what I'm watching. So, all right, y'all. Thank y'all so much. And I will see you all tomorrow. And if you can't tune into the next live with Candace. And until then, Queen of YouTube says, have a good evening. Lady Luck Club out. Deuces.